Viewers have a smile on their faces. Rick Doyle will be our color analyst when we playoffs begin at about 7:35, just a few minutes. So we thank Rick for joining us in the pregame show called The Warm-Up, brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. Before each game, we do talk to a visiting player and a home player. Here's a veteran defenseman and former London Knight, Santino Santarami of the Owen Sound Attack. Good regular season for yourself, Santino. You scored 8 power play goals, actually led the team in that offensive number.
Obviously getting a lot of minutes and stuff like that. I thought I handled myself pretty well, and being named captain was just a huge honor.
Now you have to start the series against London Knights, 2 games in a row in London. How important will it be to pick up some wins here?
Yeah, obviously if you can pick up 1 win on the road, that's the ideal scenario, so we're going to try and do that here.
Thanks a lot. London Knights had the best power play in the regular season at 29.2%. Maybe the main reason why was their captain, Christian Dvorak, with 22 goals and 33 assists with the man advantage. Here's the captain. 52 goals, 121 points that led the team. But the reason I'm asking you about being the team leader now is because you're the captain. What's the captain say to the players going into the playoffs?
Yeah, we just got to make sure we keep playing our game. We finished the regular season on a good run there, and just got to, like I said, just keep playing our game. Make sure we're good defensively, and just keep using our speed and get pucks and bodies within that.
Advantage or disadvantage to be able to play Game 1 and Game 2 on consecutive days here against Owen Sound?
I don't think it really matters to us, and either way works for us. We just, like I said, we're just focused on tonight right now, so hopefully we can just keep playing our game.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mitch Marner, of course, is the captain for the road games. Christian Dvorak for the home games at this time of the season. This is the Knights warm-up. It's brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. We do continue much more coming up, including a preview of the Eastern Conference playoffs.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Check your toilet for leaks. It's easy to do, and it can help you save water and money. Each year, a leaky toilet can waste more than 200,000 liters of water, enough to fill a large swimming pool. Learn how to do a simple leak test at london.ca/leak test.
Being an optimist means sharing optimism with youth, being a role model, and instilling the choice of optimism, leading by example. For more information, you can visit byronoptimists.ca.
After you sort your recyclables, trucks collect and bring them to London's recycling centre. They are unloaded in 2 piles, paper and containers, for further processing and shipping to end markets. Thank you for sorting your recyclables.
Hi, I'm Jillian Mandich. Join me as we go on all kinds of cooking adventures. Nothing's off limits, from raw vegan to grilling to campfire cooking or foraging for food in the West. We're going to have the best time ever on my cooking adventures.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Immediately following tonight's game and every single playoff game for the London Knights, be watching the Wrap. It's brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. You can participate through Twitter, RTVOHL Wrap. You can call in your questions. The hosts, Pete James and Ryan Robinson. And what's important about this first round of the playoff series, not only for London area viewers like St. Thomas, Strathroy, Woodstock, Ingersoll, etc., 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 Owen Sound viewers as well will watch the Wrap. And Manny Pave will be on tonight's show post-game as well on Rogers TV. Back at the Budweiser Gardens, getting ready for the Western Conference Game 1 of the quarterfinal series in the Owen Sound Attack and the London Knights. Of course, everybody knows a little bit about the pressures of playoffs, as we're now joined by Greg Sloan. And what's interesting, when you get into Game 1, it's fun to look back to the regular season and start seeing, well, who reached maybe certain milestones. Mitchell Marner is really creeping up the all-time London Knights points list.
Yeah, he's at number 14 right now, Mark. You take a look at the all-time point goal-getters and point producers for the London Knights, and we'll start at number 10, Dave Simpson, with 319 points. And you go down the list, Scotty Morrison, Reg Thomas, Robbie Schremp, and Mitch Marner now at number 14 with 301 points in 184 games with the London Knights. What's interesting about Marner's stat, though, Mark, is the fact he's scoring 1.63 goals per game. Corey Perry leads the London Knights in all-time points with 384, I believe, and he scores 1.5. So Marner on a pace better for Corey Perry, so you never know how many more games. Mind you, Corey Perry almost 100 more games than Mitch Marner has played.
I remember there's a time Mitch Marner had 95 goals and 195 assists, and the question at that point in time was whether now he's going to reach both milestones, 100 goals and 200 assists. But he got up to 205 assists, but only 96 goals. Thank Greg Sloan joining us. He'll be joining us later on in the pregame show, the warm-up on Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors. Very competitive prices on hardwood flooring materials and provide resanding and refinishing services. Please come in to view our 6,000 square foot showroom at 782 York Street in London, the one and only hardwood store you will ever need here on Flooring. Being an optimist means sharing optimism with youth, being a role model, and instilling the choice of optimism, leading by example. For more information, you can visit byronoptimists.ca.
After you sort your recyclables, trucks collect and bring them to London's recycling centre. They are unloaded in 2 piles, paper and containers, for further processing and shipping to end markets. Thank you for sorting your recyclables.
This message about high driving is blah, blah, blah. Driving high, blah, blah, 1/3, blah, blah, all road fatalities. Listen to this, because it's always someone else's kid, until it's not.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Now the playoffs have started before every single home game throughout the postseason. It's the wrap, or the warm-up, I should say, with Greg, Rick, and myself. And postgame is the wrap with Pete James and Ryan Robinson tonight. Manny Pavey will join the panel as well. Of course, on the warm-up, a lot of pregame analysis. We'll take a look at what's going on around the OHL as far as the other playoff series as well. So much OHL hockey here on Rogers TV. Now, when I left the house tonight, I forgot to put on my tie or bring my tie with me. So this tie I've actually borrowed from Cole Sherwood. Not my tie, Cole Sherwood's tie. But he's one of the first-year players that may know a little bit about the pressure of playoff hockey, first-year player or rookie players on the Knights. Here's Jeremy Parking's story.
Regular season success is one thing, but playing well in the postseason can be completely different. After finishing just outside the top spot in the Western Conference, the London Knights now start their playoff grind. And for 9 members of the club, this is their first taste at the OHL's postseason.
I think that's the way to put it. It doesn't feel like we don't have the experience. The guys went out. We've got pretty good age. We don't have too many young guys, but we don't feel that inexperience. But the guys that do have experience are real good leaders. They talk to the guys. They tell them what it's going to be like, what to be ready for, be ready to pump it up that next level so you're ready to go. So it's a really good mix in there this year.
Now, this isn't anything new in the OHL. Every year the Knights have playoff rookies, but few that are leaned on as much as this year's group, led by first liner Matthew Tkachuk.
So far, I feel like I put myself in a good spot to succeed in these playoffs. I feel like our team did a good job to really take off and win some series.
With a kid like that, he's such a hockey guy. He's excited to get out there. We just say, listen, just keep doing what you've been doing all year. Keep playing with that high intensity, and things will fall into place. So he's excited to go.
Tkachuk is hoping his regular season numbers that placed him 5th in league scoring can continue in the playoffs.
No, you don't change anything. You make sure your routines stay the same, and just make sure you come to work every night because no games are going to be easy.
Then, of course, you've got Olli Juolevi on the back end, arguably the Knights' best D-man, playing in all situations. The Finnish star has never played more than 70 games in a season. He's already at 64, entering what the Knights hope is a long playoff run.
Yeah, of course, it's really exciting, and I have been waiting this moment, and the regular season is so long, 68 games, so it's really nice to now start playing real games.
He's a character guy again. He'll go out there, he'll work hard for us, and he's been doing it all year, doing all the right things, working out in the gym, making sure he's ready for this long push. So his legs are good, his mind's good, and we're ready to see him play out there.
The Knights' secondary scoring is also relying on a few OHL postseason rookies. Both Max Jones and J.J. Pekanich are in their first year, but have been big parts of the Knights' offense, with 28 and 30 goals, respectively.
It's two different things, right? Regular season's done, and now it's playoffs. It means a lot more, and every game needs to be won. So got to come out as hard as I can and just kind of be consistent on the ice, and just off the ice, I got to be more focused and just take care of my body, and just got to kind of stroll through the playoffs and hopefully just win every game that we can and just be focused.
Yeah, absolutely. Play the same way, and make sure we keep on working hard, and my line keeps on working hard. We've been playing a playoff atmosphere type hockey as of lately, so just keep on doing what we're doing.
The rest of the rookie group includes Cole Sherwood, Robert Thomas, Daniel Bernhardt, Nicholas Matanen, and Evan Bouchard. So whether it's on the offensive or defensive side of the game, the Knights will be relying on some playoff first-timers to lead them on a long postseason run. Reporting for Rogers TV, I'm Jeremy Parking.
Time now to talk about the Eastern Conference here on the warm-up. I like this series, number 1 versus number 8. The Oshawa Generals, the defending Memorial Cup champions, against number 1 Kingston, who set a franchise record for wins.
Yeah, something, the Kingston Frontenac had an outstanding year. Franchise wins, as you mentioned, Mark, with 46. They've never done that before, so 97 points on the tally in the Eastern Conference that led that conference. And the Oshawa Generals, good for them, even making the playoffs after losing all their hockey players after winning the Memorial Cup due to graduation into the American Hockey League, East Coast Hockey League, and even some into the NHL. The thing with Oshawa Generals, they moved Cole over to Kingston, and he's been on a torrid pace with the Kingston Frontenac. In 30 games, he's had 55 points, and along with Lawson Krause and Spencer Watson, they'll be a pretty tough team to beat in Kingston against the Oshawa Generals. So Ellie's had a good season so far for Oshawa. Brodeur has to be top on his game for the Oshawa Generals, and net, and of course Mitchell Vandelstadt, the London native, on the back end for Oshawa.
If the London Knights have a great crop of draft-eligible players, let's take a look at that Mississauga Steelheads team, and they're the number 7 seed going up against Barrie and all that offense.
Something Barrie Colts is one of the premier teams in the league for offense, as are the London Knights and the Erie Otters. But you take a look at Kevin LeBlanc, who led the Ontario Hockey League in points this season. Mangiopane was top 10 as well. This is a veteran hockey club up in Barrie. They have 13, 19-year-old, and 20-year-olds in that lineup against a very young Mississauga team, draft-eligible players like Nylander and Day and Basti, and just to name a few that are draft-eligible this year for it. And of course, the Jack Flynn is playing outstanding goal for the Mississauga Steelheads. He led the Ontario Hockey League with 7 shutouts.
Thanks a lot to Greg Sloan. The warm-up continues on Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Lerner's business law lawyers offer a depth of expertise few other firms can match. As one of Southwestern Ontario's largest law firms, we've handled some of the region's biggest and most complex business transactions. Our expertise is proven. Visit lerners.ca.
Check your toilet for leaks. It's easy. It could help you save water and money. Each year, a leaky toilet can waste more than 200,000 liters of water, enough to fill a large swimming pool. Learn how to do a simple leak test at london.ca/leak test.
Porky's is London's leader in leisure. A full line of gas and wood fireplaces, beautiful hot tubs by Sundance, and the ever-popular Bullfrog Spas. Porky's Barbecue and Leisure, 1075 Sarnia Road.
I'm Rita Catalino from Your Beauty Fuel, and make sure to watch for us. You won't want to miss out.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Following tonight's game and every playoff game, home and away. It's the Wrap with Pete James and Ryan Robinson. You can call in your questions of post-game analysis, out-of-town scores, usually a player interview from the home games. That's the Wrap on Rogers TV. London Knights, the number 3 seed in the Western Conference, beat the 0-1 Sound Attack. Game 1 starts in about 5 minutes. Thanks for watching the warm-up on Rogers TV.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Looking for the best way to get the Major League Baseball games you want to watch? The Super Sports Pack has you covered. With MLB Extra Innings, you'll have a premium ticket to over 2,000 out-of-market regular season games, with most games available in HD. Don't miss the action from the games you want from both the American and National Leagues. MLB Extra Innings, part of the Super Sports Pack. For only $35.95 a month, Rogers customers get all this, including a subscription to Sportsnet magazine. Order online at Rogers.com or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
I'm here to talk about a serious message that you don't. Driving high results in 1/3 of all road. This single tear, it won't move you. And this dramatic close-up doesn't make you feel a thing. Because your precious angel would never drive high. It's always someone else's kid. Until it's not.
High driving kills. Talk to your kids while you can.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Omac Mortgages, London Knights Hockey and Rogers TV. This is game 1 of the quarterfinals in the Western Conference. The number 6 seeded 0-1 Sound Attack against the number 3 seed London Knights. London won 17 of 20 down the stretch, but could only catch Erie in points. It could not surpass them. Ended up being the number 3 seed. Let's go upstairs to Greg and Rick for their pre-series thoughts.
Okay, Doily, game 1 here tonight at the Gardens with the Owen Sound Attack and the London Knights. One thing Owen Sound has to concentrate on is putting the puck in the net.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They average less than 3 goals per game throughout the season. They're coming into the playoffs as the lowest scoring team in the Western Conference, so they do have to score. So that puts a lot of pressure on Michael McNiven in the crease tonight. We'll have to watch him.
It's the Owen Sound Attack and the London Knights coming up next in game 1.
Yeah, thanks a lot. In fact, when it was all said and done, Tyler Parsons is the league's best to goals against average and also the best save percentage. He'll be the starting goalie here for the Knights. It's brought to you by IDS, Integrated Digital Solutions, the official digital photocopier of the London Knights. As I mentioned, Tyler Parsons gets the start in net with 37 victories on the season and 49 appearances. That 921 save percentage put him about .0005 ahead of Mackenzie Blackwood of the Barrie Colts. Michael McNiven, the starter for the Owen Sound Attack, 21 wins of the year. He's a grad of the Georgetown Raiders organization and 2 years now in the OHL for Michael McNiven, Montreal prospect. Let's go to ice level here at Budweiser Gardens.
Once again, we would like to thank tonight's game sponsor, Edward Jones. Makes sense of investing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the entire Ontario Hockey League community would like to take a moment to offer our thoughts, prayers, and sincere condolences to the families, friends, and relatives of those affected by this past Tuesday's tragic events in Brussels, Belgium. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we would ask that you please rise as we observe a moment of silence in remembrance and respect. Thank you. Excalibur Insurance is the proud sponsor of the London Knights Anthem program. At this time, we would ask that you please remain standing and remove your hats for the singing of the Canadian National Anthem. Please join us in song as we're led by Mr. Jason Kaler.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the playoffs begin. London Knights, Owen Sound attack. We drop the puck next on Rogers TV.
We have very competitive prices on hardwood flooring materials and installations. We also provide resanding and refinishing services. Please come in to view our 6,000 square foot showroom at 782 York Street in London, the one and only hardwood store you will ever need here on Flooring.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to London's Budweiser Gardens. Game one of the best-of-7 Western Conference quarterfinal between the London Knights and the Owen Sound attack. And Owen Sound coming in 5-5 in their past 10 games, heading into the playoffs. London 9-1. They're on a roll. Season series went to London 4-2. Who cares now? We're into the playoffs. Glad again you could join us in Omac. London Night Hockey for Game 1, live from Budweiser Gardens. His friend will pick it up in his own territory, plays it up on the right side. Marner back to Dvorak. Shot! Just went off the base of the post, I believe, right off the hop. And back the other way, counters Owen Sound. Crash hard in on the board, check against Graves. He'll poke it around the board for Tkachuk. Tkachuk sends it back in deep, and Joel Levy will pick it up for London. On the right side for Graves. What an addition he's been for London to sure up the D. Has the puck again coming from the Oshawa Generals. We're in action tonight against the Kingston Frontenac at the K-Rock Center in Kingston. Now played over on the far side, and Martinet will get it to center ice. Hancock will pinch it off, and here's a shot off the shin pad on the aforementioned Gray. That was Zapula, the London native, files it back to the line. Here's Semic shooting it, and he just gunned it wide of the mark. Owen Sound with some pressure here. Marner knocks it down, chimes it off the boards, and the bouncing puck will roll down the ice. Not enough for icing. Nope, they do call it icing. First whistle rather of this hockey game.
Well, Petrus Palmu has had back-to-back 20-plus goal seasons for the Attack. 22 last year as a rookie, 23 in his sophomore season. Now, Palmu was Owen Sound's first-round import pick in 2014, the 22nd player selected in that draft.
On the draw with 50 points. He led the Owen Sound attack. And Marner at the line offside.
Mitchell Marner is 14th on the Knights' all-time scoring list with 301 points. If he comes back to London next year, Corey Perry's franchise lead with 380 points would certainly be in jeopardy. Marner could be the first Knight to eclipse the 400-point mark. In at 301 right now, and back-to-back 100-point seasons, almost a sure bet, Sloaney.
Absolutely, and you take a look at Marner's goal production per game, or point production per game is 1.6. Perry's was 1.5. Certainly has an opportunity if Marner comes back. Owen Sound with the puck out through to center ice on the left side. Cianfroni will just play it back in Phil will play it over on the far side. That's knocked down. The intended pass by MacArthur by Pickenich. London the goal for they led in that department during the regular season with 319. Owen Sound with 209. Now played around the boards and a big hit in the corner there. Owen Sound will counter the other way out through the center ice. Tipped in deep. And Mate will pick it up for London. Was Mate originally drafted by the Owen Sound attack. In London for a big deal a couple years back. Now they took draft picks, go the other way, up through the center ice, all the way down the ice. McNiven will play it. In behind the net, sends it around the dasher. Jersey up on the right side. Jersey normally plays the back end. They have him up in the right wing. Out through to center ice. Roberts will push it ahead. Picked off by Lindsay native Jamieson, and up with it is Crowley for London. He'll send it to the open wing, and Friend has it for Owen Sound. Tipped in, and yet again Jamieson. He'll bang it off the boards. 45 goals for Berisha this year. A career year for the overager in on the offside.
Well, the keys in tonight's game for the Owen Sound attack, it has to be defense first. You're playing the highest scoring team in the league. You have to execute flawlessly in your own zone. And for London, it's tonight's game. Give Owen Sound the respect they deserve. They beat London twice this year. You can't get caught up looking ahead, Sloaney.
Absolutely. Cliche as it might sound, usual during this time of year, playoffs are the second season. Now sent in deep. Brack hightails it in after his own shoot in. He walks his way out and only stemmed off by Sherwood. He'll bang it off the boards, and now Bernhard hard on the forecheck. Here comes Heffernan in across the line along with Jamieson in from his point position. Played around the boards. Jamieson falls. Sturt in there along with MacArthur. They muck it up. Bernhard chops forward along the boards and around the dasher. Jamieson still in deep, and now out front goes Heffernan. Couldn't get the shot away. Played into the corner. Now Heffernan files it off the checking of MacArthur and Sturk. Phillips will pick it up into the corner. Sherwood, he'll pin his man up against the boards momentarily, and a good forecheck by the Columbus native. Now Bernhard picks it up. Good sustaining pressure here by the Knights at the moment. In behind the net, Sherwood in there. Bernhard sending pass out front. Knocked down. Jamieson still up on the point position. Laying up on the left side. Now he gets back and shot in deep. And Parsons will pick it up for London. Almost 5 gone here in the first frame. Scoreless draw. Post so far for the London Knights. No shots on that. Zapula files it back to Shreeksian off the LRA pick. Over on the far side, picked off again. Zapula tracks it down, trying to find a man. Hancock shot goes off of Crowley, and it skitters to the corner. On the far side, Dvorak will clear the zone, and then Palmu will track it down. He led the Owen Sound attack in goal production with 23. Center in, former Knight, pinned up against the boards by Tkachuk. Hancock clear the zone. That smoked around the boards. Comes up on the near side and off the glass and out through the center ice. Here's Dvorak. Over for Gray.
He'll head man it out through to center ice. Hancock couldn't accept that pass, and tracking it down is the Finn Juolevi. He'll go in behind his own net. The set-up shot, plays it on the right side. Hard pass, missed, and Marner all the way down the ice. Touched the Owen Sound stick. Icing's waved up. Played over here on the left side. Gadjevich will try to clear the zone up on the right side. Suzuki and across the line. And Cianfroni offside at the London Blue Line.
Well, Nick Suzuki was the Attack's first-round pick last year from the London Junior Knights program. Suzuki was one of only 6 rookies in the league to record 20 or more goals this year. 5 of his 20 goals were game winners. He played a lot of ice time this year in Owen Sound. He killed penalty. He was on the power play, Stoney. He had a very good rookie year.
Absolutely. Just think of the future up in Owen Sound with Suzuki in their lineup. Now Pikanich, the leaf pick, out through to center ice. He'll just dribble one in. Yakimovic and McDonald. This is his energy line for Dale Hunter's Knights. Along the corner now. Mete picks it out, picked off nicely. Roberts will lead it up. He'll touch it back out through to center ice. And the Dallas pick, Martinet has it. Up on the left side, off the tip of London player's stick, and shot in deep again. Yet again, Martinet plays around the boards for Yakimovic. Yakimovic right in front of his own net. That's dangerous. Out through the center ice, right side, being hounded by Dunda, and he's pinned up against the boards. Yakimovic again. Gets to the line, and Gadjevich on him. Pikanich will pick it up, rolls off the tip of his stick, and here's the Russian Shriksianov. He'll lead the 3-man assault out through to center ice and across the line. Now takes the shot. It hits Mete, and it's dumped into the corner and hammered off the boards, but it goes right out in that slot here. Here's a chance for Owen Sound, shot right on. Big save in front of the net, Parsons. And a scrum ensues after, and finally tracked down.
Listen, the Owen Sound Attack just recorded the first shot on goal in this hockey game as they get the London Knights out of shape in their own zone. This shot gets through. Parsons picks up the rebound and doesn't let it out, but lots of traffic down in that blue paint in front of Tyler Parsons to make his first save of the playoffs. We have 13:22 remaining here in period number 1, so it took 6 minutes and 38 seconds to record the first shot on goal. That's a good road game by the Owen Sound Attack.
So far, so good for the Attack. Scoring opportunity in the last exchange, and now finding himself deep in London territory, but London wins the draw and clears the zone. Stretch pass right side. Jay Lindell picks it up, headmans it out through the center ice, back to their rear guard. That was Friend. He's knocked down by Jones. Jones picks it up into the corner for the intended winger. That was Hu, and out through the center ice. A stop there, and Sturt will take over. He's a former Knight as well, along with the Kitchener Rangers. Sauce back to the line, hops over Semich's stick, and rolls back down into Owen Sound territory. Now lofted on the far side. Strung over here for Sturt, knocks over his stick and graves off the boards for Berisha. Taps to the head for Fu. He runs into Friend, and Semich yet again for Owen Sound. 1 shot recorded, 7.5 gone in the first frame. Game 1, live from Budweiser Gardens. In this best of 7 Western Conference quarterfinal. London ended up 3 seed, and of course the Owen Sound Attack in the 6th seed. Shriksianov pushes it ahead for Palomouin and across the line and then out on his man Crowley. Crowley takes him to the boards in fine fashion, and Graves will pick it up for London. On the near side for Sherwood. He'll lead it up along with Effer and in along with Bernhard at the line. Shriksianov reaches him, and it rolls into the corner. Center Anthony picking it up, loses it to Sherwood, back for Bernhard. This line had a good shift before in their first one in tonight's hockey game, and it's Knights back out through to center ice, and Suzuki, or rather Zapula, takes that shot, and Parsons got a piece of it. Nope, he didn't. Still 1 shot. Now pushed ahead again, and then Zapula will just redirect in. 11:30 remaining here in the first period. Only 1 shot recorded by the Owen Sound Attack. London has yet to record a shot. Bit of a slow start for the Knights. Pushed ahead on the right side. Missed the Sherwood icing called against London.
Lindsay native Aiden Jamieson steps into the lineup. He's been spotty in the last 2 months of the season. He's had a lower body injury, but he's ready for the playoffs. He's been picking up some ice time here early in this hockey game. Brendan Crowley seems to be his partner choice for the evening.
Now pushed ahead down the line. Phillips picks it off the boards and in deep. Played around. Bernhard takes a chop at it. Can't clear the zone, and it's rolled into the corner. Heffernan has it for London. Played around the boards. Down just pushed. Cianfrone center pass off a boot and skitters over here on the near side for Sherwood. And he'll clear the zone and back down into Owen Sound territory. That will be icing called against London.
Well, Bryson Cianfrone was originally drafted by the Brampton Battalion in 2011. He came to the attack via trade with Mississauga Steelheads. He was Owen Sound's leading scorer this year with 17 goals and 50 points, and that icing could be costly. Sloaney, the London Knights can't make the change, so they have a bunch of tired players on the ice. The Owen Sound attack has a new line out there, so fresh troops to try and take advantage of a tired line.
This line has been out for a while as Ryan records, but they clear the zone. And now they get off the ice. Heffernan still on. Kachuk out there now for London. Now they'll make some changes to Borak, the captain, here at home for London. Marner wears the C on the road. Out through to center ice to the open wing, and Sharif Sianoff will then yank it up on the left side for Brack, and missed everyone. Looks like icing against Owen Sound.
The Owen Sound attack have come out here rather effectively in the first 9 minutes and 37 seconds of this hockey game. They've been the only team to record a shot on goal at this point. London Knights still no shot on goal, and we're almost halfway through period number 1.
London will control the draw. Here goes Marner along with the Kachuk. Now Marner looking for the first shot, and I believe it went off the chest of McNiven, so there is a shot recorded now for London. Now London will lead it up with the captain Dvorak and across the line. He'll cruise in at the top of the circle, poked to the corner by center Amy, the veteran, and picked off by Sharif Sianoff, but guided in behind the net. Center pass out front, now swept in behind the net again, and Hancock will trail it up on the right side. He'll gain center ice, falls momentarily, now idles it in and pushes it in against Martinet. Martinet up against the boards. Marner tracks it down along the near side, flips it out of harm's way, and Kachuk will tap it on for Dvorak. And across the line, Kachuk with that hard shot goes off a player wide of the mark and tracked down and by the Owen Sound attack, and Branton will lead it up on the left wing. And across the line goes Zapula along with Paul New. Goes to the far wing, tracked down there by the Knights Pickenich and on for McDonald. And across the line, in and out, he's hammered by Brent. And it's pushed along the near side where Zapula can't clear the zone and Semic has it. 11 minutes gone here in the first period. 2 shots recorded now for London, 1 for the Owen Sound attack. Scoreless draw so far. Helmu in across the line, tried to feather it through against Grace, hits his stick, and 3 men come back the other way for London. Pickenich belted and pasted up against the boards. He falls along the near side is Grace. He'll keep it in momentarily. Gadjevich, he's a pretty tough customer up against that boards as well. McDonald in deep, tries to find Pickenich. Yakimovic stationed out front, tracked down at the line, and Yakimovic rails the shelf there and then goes to McDonald. Out front, Yakimovic couldn't track it down, went off a skate, and it's rattled back out through to center ice, and Juolevi has it. Gray, right side, Yakimovic. Now London will make changes. Up on the left side goes Centerami. Dialed into London territory, and Graves will pick it up. On for Crowley. Up on the left side, back for Graves. He'll headman it out through the center ice and tipped in deep. Riziano into the corner, fades off the checking to 1 man, choked up though. Here's London, Cianfrone trying to clear the zone again, and it's ushered out on the right side. And now to the left wing for Gadjevich. His shot goes off of Parsons, and see if that's recorded as a shot. Now tipped back to the line. Fran picks it up, flops it to the far side. Nobody home, and Pooh tracks it down. Up on the left wing. Through the legs goes Jones for Berisha. Crawley following up on the play, leaves it for Berisha. Now we got something going on with Jones and Cianfroni as we're about 12 minutes into this first period. We'll be back here at the Gardens.
Coulter's Pharmacy and Home Healthcare has been providing quality products, competitive pricing, and personal service since 1973. We feature a complete home healthcare department and a pharmacy-first philosophy. I'm Scott Coulter. Experience the Coulter's Pharmacy difference.
Science, applied the right way, makes life easier, better, and safer for people around the world. That's 3M science applied to life.
First period is brought to you by Oil Guard.
Well, Michael McNiven appeared in 53 games for the Attack this year, posting a .902 save percentage. He played in all 6 games in the head-to-head set against London, posting an .860 save percentage. The Montreal Canadiens signed McNiven as a free agent.
Face-off is just outside the Owen Sound blue line. London tracks it down, and Martinet will have it for the Knights. Over for Mete. So back pedal and struts it up on the left side for Tkachuk. The air mails it into Owen Sound territory. Tkachuk follows up on the play along with Marner and Dvorak. In front for Dvorak, who had 52 on the season. Out through to center ice. 3 of them counter back the other way for Owen Sound. Hancock delivers the pass and rolls right into the glove of Parsons.
Well, Victor Mete, a first-round pick of the Owen Sound Attack 2 years ago. The London Knights acquired him when he would not report to the Attack. A bunch of draft picks went back up the other way. Owen Sound took advantage of that by drafting 2 in the first round last year. London native Nick Suzuki, one of those 2.
Well, they dropped the puck unfairly, and we'll do it all over again. Dvorak against Dunda. Everybody up in tight attack as Dvorak wins the draw. Played around the boards, and Marner has it. Slithered up on the right side for Tkachuk and oiled in deep. Rixianov pinned up against the boards, but loses the check, and Roberts will take over for Owen Sound. Nice little pass on towards center. Ramey's in across the line. He got the shot away. A weak one, mind you. And it rolls up onto the stick of the lead pick Mariner. And across the line, trying to find a man. That's Dvorak. They work so well together. Back for Marner. Tipped free by Dursey. And he'll track it down and sends Roberts out on the left side. Graves, good veteran defensive move to get on the right side of the puck to take his man off the progression. Shot in deep again and right on. And Parsons will leave it. Here's 11. Approaching the 6-minute mark remaining here in the first period. Dumped in deep, and Brack after it in the corner. Jones hightails it in on the board. Check up on the left side. Tracked down by Sturk. He has a lane on Juolevi. On the dime, looking for a man. Smokes it onto the paper. Phillips, that shot tipped off the base of the net. And Berisha will go to the corner with Brack. Graves showing some veteran presence, pinning his man up against the boards. That was Lindo, and Pooh will track it down. He'll lead the 3-man assault. Now they pick their way into the Owen Sound territory. Centering pass out front for Jones, and it was chipped wide of the mark and lost it over the stick of Jones, who was going hard to the net. Now Phillips up on the left side. Sturk with the head up, plays it back over on the far side. MacArthur files it in deep on the hard shoot in, and Jamieson has it for London. Right side for Pooh. Headmans it up on the wing for Berisha. Tap back to Pooh. Stemmed off, and Jamieson yet again for London. He'll fade off the checking of Gadjevic. Gadjevich cuts that one off, tracks it down, now works his way back in across the line, poke free, Cianfrone on for Friend. Here's Gadjevich, shot! Goes off a stick, and Semi tracks it down and smokes it right through the creek. Here's Friend. Friend again shoots it right off the player of the night. Might hit his own player, poked free, and Sherwood will try to clear the zone. Good job at the line by Friend, shot right on, and Parsons with the good save. Now Smoke toward the net again, bouncing puck, pinballed all over the place, and Parsons all out of shape at the moment, still made the save. Now rolls in deep, so Owen Sound coming close in London territory as Parsons makes a couple good saves. 2 shots recorded for the Knights, and we're approaching the 4-minute mark remaining here in the first period. Only 8 shots so far in this hockey game, and 6 of them by the Owen Sound attack. Played in deep again. Mete. Carson leaves it there on for Martinet. Looks a little bit out of shape at the moment here, Doily, as the York native Yakimovich in across the line. Now a shot back save. Here's McDonald right in front of the net. He couldn't pot it home. Pickenich out front again, and McDonald couldn't get the shot away. Now rolls in the corner. Centerami trying to track it down, and Yakimovich back to the line. Now a shot knocked down in front of the net by the LA pick. Shariksianov, and he'll send it down the length of the ice. Well, London with some good scoring opportunities there. They got a shot on goal and have 3 now. Played on the right side. Martinet up ahead for Yakimovich on a long shift and just let it go in, and changes now for London. Holmu stopped there by Pickenich at the line, hammered off the boards by Sandbase. Now Zabula in across the line, shot right on, and the rebound handled there by Parsons.
Either eat this puck or get it out of the zone. The Owen Sound attack end up with 2 golden scoring opportunities off that one giveaway. Tyler Parsons obviously tracking the puck extremely well through traffic. You go down the other way, Michael McNiven with 2 saves right here as he gets across on Owen McDonald, as he can't get enough on that puck to get it past McNiven, but the scoring chance is coming late in this period, Sloney.
There's a chance again in front of the net, and Brack right on the doorstep. Parsons yet again, good save.
Well, Tyler Parsons had a 2-2 record in the head-to-head set against the attack this year, but he had a sparkling .941 save percentage in those 4 games. He never gave up more than 2 goals in any game.
Big draw win by the Owen Sound attack. Lindo taps it right to Parsons. Might have got a piece of that, and Sturt was looking to the rafters at the 9,000 plus here at the Garden. Now played up along the left side. Lindo, Shariksianov, Sturt as it rolled off the tip of his stick. Rack tracks it down, and they'll play it in off a player, I believe, at the London bench. Off a skate and rolls right to McNiven. Into the corner, Centerami plays it around for Shariksianov. He'll wait momentarily, surveys the area, almost stolen there. They can't clear the zone. That pass intended for Gadjevich, missed him, and it rolls in deep again. Into the corner goes Shariksianov with Tkachuk up on the left side. Gadjevich takes a peek on for Cianfrone. He couldn't handle the hot pass, and Martinet has it for London. Plays it around the boards for Mete. Victor Mete, stretch pass, right side for Tkachuk. He'll backhand it in, takes a whack from Gadjevich, and McNiven has it for Owen Sound. Shariksianov drags a lot of ice time up on the left side. Martinet greets his man. Gadjevich loses his stick. Pooh tracks it down left side for Jones. Stolen there, now back to Pooh and across the line for Richard. 45 on the earshot. Shoots! Oh, he gunned it over top of the net. As Berisha coming close to opening the scoring here at the Garden. Larson in behind his own net, and we have a whistle.
It's a high stick. The face-off will come outside. Check that. It's going to be a penalty here to the London Knights. This will be a holding call against Jones as Berisha gets this shot away, and you can see Jones right there pulls on Centerami, pulls the stick right out of his hands, in front of the official. That won't be missed, as the Owen Sound attack hit the first power play opportunity in this series against the London Knights this season. They went 3 for 31 on the power play. That's a 10% efficiency, as Graves and Friends step into the box, as well as looks like we have some offsetting minors here, maybe some unsportsmanlike penalties. 2 minutes up on the clock beside Jones' name, as the attack will have a 5-on-4 manpower advantage.
Well, the attack indeed go to the power play here. Dvorak waved out of the face-off circle. Marner banks it off the boards. Can't clear the zone. Sharif Sianov leans into the shot office. Skates skitters to the far side. Queued up down the end, and McNevin will take over for Owen Sound. Boy, Marner and the line on that one. Left side, Hancock will escort it in across the line. Mete will pick it up. Mete can't clear the zone. Good job at the line by Sharif Sianov to keep the puck in. Over for Semic, high slot. Zapula takes the big top of the circle. The ushers back to Semic on for Sharif Sianov. Near boards Zapula up top circle, tips it from the net. Here's Semic trying to smoke it home, and a big pile up in front of the net. London dodges the bullet.
Well, this is good puck movement by the Owen Sound attack, as Sharif Sianov finds Zapula right there, and he waits for Met through, and that's a positional save for Parsons, as he's in the right place at the right time. That puck hits him. The rebound comes right back. He hangs on. We have 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining in the penalty to Jones. 24 seconds remains in the period.
And Brownie wins the draw. Centerami shoots it, and it goes into the glove of Parsons.
Tyler Parsons has come up big again here, as Centerami gets the shot away from the top of the circle, and you can see Parsons contract that all the way. He gets it in the mitt. The Owen Sound attack have controlled the face-off dot so far here in the first period. Dvorak doesn't lose many, but he lost that one clean.
Scrum for it on the dot. Owen Sound can't control, and the Knights back down into attack territory. They'll have to be quick. Only 7 seconds remaining in the period. Gadjevic rubbed out nicely by Martin. That's from along the near side, and the period ends with some pushing and shoving. Gadjevic along with Dvorak. But the period ends. The scoreless draw. The attack will have 54 seconds of power play opportunity in the second period. Stay tuned for Mark Schattenberg and the first intermission. Live Ontario-wide. It's Omac Monday Night Hockey right here on Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors. Choose Artistic Spa for industry-leading laser hair removal, body shaping, skin resurfacing, and anti-aging solutions. Clinical treatments in a relaxing spa atmosphere. Visit artisticspa.ca. 4 Points London is committed to making your dreams come true. Our wedding services provide for the trendy to the traditional. Whether you walk down an aisle of rose petals or white sand, we'll be there. You can trust Progressive Countertop to help you find the latest look for your kitchen or bathroom. Choose from a stunning selection of granite and Cambria quartz, each with their own unique design and detail. Your color, your cut, your style is at Progressive Countertop.
OHL on Rogers TV. We've got you covered. Top to bottom rust protection at Oil Guard goes right where your car or truck needs it most, from the engine compartment to the door panels and 8 points in between. Oil Guard has you covered. Let Oil Guard help you duck the rust on your rolling investment.
Have you been trying to purchase life insurance but are either turned down or face ridiculously high premiums? I work with over a dozen major life insurance companies, and I'll help you get covered. Even if you have a pre-existing medical condition, we may find a solution. I'm Chris Burton, and I'm here to help.
After you sort your recyclables, trucks collect and bring them to London's recycling centre. They are unloaded in 2 piles, paper and containers, for further processing and shipping to end markets. Thank you for sorting your recyclables.
This is Rogers TV, London.
For London area viewers, stay connected to what's happening in and around London. It's daytime, weekdays, live at 11 a.m., rebroadcast at 5 p.m. There's your host, Ken Eastwood, daytime on Rogers TV. Ethan Sapula is the guest here in our first intermission of a scoreless hockey game in the first game of the best-of-7 series. Talk about the final arrival of the playoffs after a long grind of a 68-game regular season, Ethan.
Well, you know, playoffs is always a new season, and, you know, yeah, 68 games can be pretty hard on you, but at the same time, like I just said, playoffs is a new season, and, you know, we just got to get the legs back in and get focused, and it's a whole different game, so it's great.
You know, what's interesting, if you look at the Midwest Division, you finished more than 40 points ahead of Guelph, so making the playoffs was never going to be a factor, but you had an interesting battle down the stretch with the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds for the 6-7 seeds.
Yeah, you know, it was close, and, you know, we wanted to finish as high as possible. You know, that was our goal, and fortunately enough, we were able to put together a couple games and to rack up a couple points on Sault to put us in sixth.
Now, you're from London, so it'd be nice to pick up a W here, playing on consecutive nights here in the postseason. But what's your comment on the first period? You had a 10-3 advantage in shots on goal.
Well, you know, it was a good period. You know, I feel like we were hard and we were fast and we were making the right plays. I didn't think that we were too stressed and thinking too much. So, you know, I feel like as a team, you know, we were solid and we were rolling, so it was really good.
Obviously, you want a super fast start to the second period because I think you have 54 seconds still left in your power play.
Yeah, you know, that's huge for us. You know, it'd be nice to get some momentum to start the second, so, you know, that'd be good.
And does it help to have a coach like Ryan McGill back there who's won a Memorial Cup championship as a head coach with Kootenay? I know it's a few years ago, but he's also coached in the NHL, played in the NHL level.
Yeah, you know, he's got a great resume, and he's been around hockey for a long time. He also played in the NHL, so, you know, he knows his stuff. He knows what he's doing, and, you know, it's been working for us, and he's been able to kind of guide us and make us a lot better team than people expected us to be this year.
Proud of the AAA Junior Knights organization, it's Ethan Sapula of the Owen Sound Attack joining us in the first intermission. It is a scoreless hockey game in Game 1 on Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
When you choose new flooring for your home, it's not just how it looks, it's also about how you live. The people at Great Floors will ensure your next floor is a perfect fit for how you live your life at home, making it easy with Great Floors in Strathroy, Ingersoll, and St. Thomas.
Custom quality diamond rings, exquisite colored gemstones. Visit Sumner Jewelers in downtown London, now celebrating 112 years. Visit us again, or for the first time. 392 Richmond Street.
Although they're made of paper, cartons and cups belong in the container recycling bin. Remember to remove the plastic lid first before recycling both parts. Thank you for taking the time to sort your recyclables.
Hey London, this is Sidette. You're not going to want to miss the Sidette Show. We're going all over London, talking about how we're all making a difference. We believe that you make a difference.
With 8 London locations, Pizza Hut will make your order fresh, using only the best ingredients, and our dough made fresh daily. Pizza Hut also delivers citywide, including Kilworth and Kamoka.
Lerner's business law lawyers offer a depth of expertise few other firms can match. As one of Southwestern Ontario's largest law firms, we've handled some of the region's biggest and most complex business transactions. Our expertise is proven. Visit lerners.ca.
Check your toilet for leaks. It's easy to do, and it can help you save water and money. Each year, a leaky toilet can waste more than 200,000 liters of water, enough to fill a large swimming pool. Learn how to do a simple leak test at london.ca/leak test.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Minutes before game time, before every home game throughout the postseason. So tomorrow night at 6:30, even for the fans in Owen Sound, be sure to tune in for the warm-up, brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. Pre-game analysis, a couple player interviews, talk about what's going on around the OHL playoffs, so much more on the warm-up on Rogers TV. Back at Budweiser Gardens, it is a 0-0 hockey game between the Attack and the Knights here in the first intermission. Of course, the London Knights have many, I think its total is 9 first-year players or rookies that are playing in the playoffs for the first time in the OHL. Some have World under-17 challenge experience, some Ivan Halinka, or even World Junior Championship experience. Let's take a look at the first-year rookie players playing for the Knights.
Regular season success is one thing, but playing well in the postseason can be completely different. After finishing just outside the top spot in the Western Conference, the London Knights now start their playoff grind. And for 9 members of the club, this is their first taste at the OHL's postseason.
I think that's the way to put it. It doesn't feel like we don't have the experience. The guys went out. We've got pretty good age. We don't have too many young guys, but we don't feel that inexperience. But the guys that do have experience are real good leaders. They talk to the guys. They tell them what it's going to be like, what to be ready for, be ready to pump it up that next level so you're ready to go. So it's a really good mix in there this year.
Now, this isn't anything new in the OHL. Every year, the Knights have playoff rookies, but few that are leaned on as much as this year's group, led by first liner Matthew Tkachuk.
So far, I feel like I put myself in a good spot to succeed in these playoffs. I feel like our team's doing a good job to really take off and win some series.
With a kid like that, he's such a hockey guy. He's excited to get out there. We just say, listen, just keep doing what you've been doing all year. Keep playing with that high intensity, and things will fall into place. So he's excited to go.
Tkachuk is hoping his regular season numbers that placed him 5th in league scoring can continue in the playoffs.
No, you don't change anything. You make sure your routines stay the same, and just make sure you come to work every night because no games are going to be easy.
Then, of course, you've got Olli Juolevi on the back end, arguably the Knights' best D-man, playing in all situations. The Finnish star has never played more than 70 games in a season. He's already at 64, entering what the Knights hope is a long playoff run.
Yeah, of course, it's really exciting, and I've been waiting this moment, and the regular season is so long, 68 games, so it's really nice to now start playing real games.
He's a character guy again. He'll go out there, he'll work hard for us, and he's been doing it all year, doing all the right things, working out in the gym, making sure he's ready for this long push. So his legs are good, his mind's good, and we're ready to see him play out there.
The Knights' secondary scoring is also relying on a few OHL postseason rookies. Both Max Jones and J.J. Pekanich are in their first year, but have been big parts of the Knights' offense with 28 and 30 goals, respectively.
It's two different things, right? Regular season's done, and now it's playoffs. It means a lot more, and every game needs to be won. So got to come out as hard as I can and just kind of be consistent on the ice, and just off the ice, I got to be more focused and just take care of my body, and just got to kind of stroll through the playoffs and hopefully just win every game that we can and just be focused.
Yeah, absolutely. Play the same way, and make sure we keep on working hard, and my line keeps on working hard. We've been playing a playoff atmosphere type hockey as of lately, so just keep on doing what we're doing.
The rest of the rookie group includes Cole Sherwood, Robert Thomas, Daniel Bernhardt, Nicholas Mattinen, and Evan Bouchard. So whether it's on the offensive or defensive side of the game, the Knights will be relying on some playoff first-timers to lead them on a long postseason run. Reporting for Rogers TV, I'm Jeremy Parking.
As the OHL playoffs continue, you certainly start seeing a lot of green T-shirts around the city of London. Battle Ready is the theme for this year, and of course House of Green is what they've always called Budweiser Gardens in the playoffs, so that's on the T-shirt as well. House of Green, and the monies are going to, I'm going to read it right off the shirt, the Children's Health Foundation. Nice charity, only $5 for a T-shirt. Of course, they want to make this the House of Green, everybody in the building to have a House of Green as well. So it's $5 for a T-shirt. You'll see them around town, but certainly here at Budweiser Gardens. And don't forget, tomorrow afternoon between 4 and 7 is Fan Fest, outside and inside the building. But what's important, it is outside the building, Fan Fest. So even if you don't have tickets for tomorrow night's game, which starts at 7 o'clock, game number 2 against the Attack, by all means, come on down to Dundas and Talbot and check out Fan Fest. One of the guests here is David Wilsey, of course, very well known as the wheelchair basketball player from the city of London, actually I believe the Dorchester area, but he'll be a special guest of the Knights during Fan Fest tomorrow from 4 till 7, so be sure to see that before game number 2, and of course be sure to watch the warm-up if you actually be at home by 6:30 on Rogers TV. The game between the Attack and the Knights continues. The first intermission, it is scoreless through 20 minutes.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
DustX Canada is devoted to making our clients' home an organized and healthy place to live. Using innovative eco-certified products, our mandate is to be the very best by providing superior value through attentive, personalized service that exceeds expectations.
It's London's most remarkable address, a new luxury apartment building featuring breathtaking views and the city's largest floor plans. It's 940 on the Park, an Airswood rental property, steps from Springbank Park, a pool, spa, gym, library, and more. We have very competitive prices on hardwood flooring materials and installations. We also provide resanding and refinishing services. Please come in to view our 6,000 square foot showroom at 782 York Street in London, the one and only hardwood store you will ever need. Here on Flooring.
OHL on Rogers TV. We've got you covered.
Businesses benefit from providing accessible parking spaces that have the correct sign posted, which provides access to those with a properly displayed accessible permit. Adding accessible parking spaces to your business will provide a better customer service experience and increase your customer base.
Choose Artistic Spa for industry-leading laser hair removal, body shaping, skin resurfacing, and anti-aging solutions. Clinical treatments in a relaxing spa atmosphere. Visit artisticspa.ca. 4 Points London is committed to making your dreams come true. Our wedding services provide for the trendy to the traditional. Whether you walk down an aisle of rose petals or white sand, we'll be there.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Immediately following tonight's game and every home and away playoff game throughout the postseason is The Wrap. It's brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. Ryan Robinson and Pete James, of course, are on your panel. And tonight, Mandy Pava from the Owen Sound broadcast crew will join them as well. That's The Wrap, post-game analysis, player interviews, coach interviews. Out-of-town scoreboard, always very important in the playoffs. That's The Wrap on Rogers TV. Back at Budweiser Gardens, it is 0-0 here in the first intermission. Owen Sound attacking number 6 seed against number 3 seed London Knights. The shots on goal did favor Owen Sound by a count of 10-3 in that first period. And they'll start the second period with a 54-second power play as well. Let's look at upcoming broadcasts on Rogers TV. Of course, game number 2 right back at Budweiser Gardens, corner of Dundas and Talbot. Tomorrow, game time is 7 o'clock. Be sure to watch, though, at 6:30 for the warm-up on Rogers TV. Owen Sound in London, game number 2. The second period is next on Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Porky's is London's leader in leisure. A full line of gas and wood fireplaces, beautiful hot tubs by Sundance, and the ever-popular Bullfrog Spas. Porky's Barbecue and Leisure, 1075 Sarnia Road.
The kitchen and bath design experts at Progressive Countertop want to help you find your color, your cut, your style. Whether you're looking for a white, bright Cambria quartz or a dark and dramatic granite, Progressive Countertop will help you transform your kitchen or bath.
Motorists across Ontario have been rust-proofing their vehicles with OilGuard for 40 years. OilGuard's Classic Formula and Formula 2 No Drip are road-tested against Ontario winters by hundreds of thousands of vehicle owners just like you.
Call 1-888-ROGERS-1 to order.
When you choose new flooring for your home, it's not just how it looks, it's also about how you live. The people at Great Floors will ensure your next floor is a perfect fit for how you live your life at home, making it easy with Great Floors in Strathroy, Ingersoll, and St. Thomas.
Specializing in fine quality estate jewelry, sparkling diamond rings, vintage and custom rings, Sumner Jewelers is celebrating 112 years in downtown London. Visit us again, or for the first time, 392 Richmond Street.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Okay, back here at London's Budweiser Gardens as we head into the second period. Scoreless draw here in game one. And Rick, let's take a look at that out-of-town scoreboard. 4 other games in the Ontario Hockey League tonight.
Well, a couple of surprises here tonight. The surprise is not Kingston over the Oshawa Generals at this point. Kingston, a high-powered offense. They should take out Oshawa. Peterborough, North Bay, that'll be a tight series all along. A defensive battle there. Saginaw way down on Erie, and Erie should take that series in 4 games. This is a bit of a surprise. Sault Ste. Marie over the Sarnia Sting at this point, 4-3 into the second period. And certainly the Sarnia Sting have been a different hockey club ever since Travis Konechny has joined that hockey club at the trade deadline. So I expected the Sarnia Sting to win that game.
That game right in Sarnia too, Rick, as we mentioned. And let's take a look at the shots on goal. Owen Sound had a good period.
Well, the Omak Mortgage's shots on goal clock reads 10-3 in favor of the Owen Sound attack, as Petrus Palmu scored 23 goals during the regular season. He pulled down 5 minutes and 20 seconds worth of ice time in this first period. Now, Palmu missed 17 games during the regular season due to injuries, both upper body, but he looks to be in fine form heading into the playoffs here, as he'll be expected to lead the offense for the Owen Sound attack in this series. And we go from one Finn to another. Oli Jolevi, he pulled down 5 minutes and 18 seconds worth of ice time in period number 1. He's the second-ranked defenseman on the North American skaters list as far as the NHL entry draft for 2016. Jacob Chychrun of the Sarnia Sting is the #1 defenseman on that list. However, I believe Joe Levy closed the gap on Chychrun. He could go in front of Chychrun, and I never would have thought that prior to the season opening up, as Joe Levy gets the smelling salts in. And we go to Nick Suzuki. He's a London, Ontario native, the first-round pick of the Owen Sound attack. He had a 20-goal season, one of only 6 OHL rookies to record 20 or more goals this season.
Well, we get underway here in the second period. Owen Sound still has 45 seconds on the power play. Jones in the penalty box, and gloved there by Parsons.
Well, Tyler Parsons had a good first period. He seems to be tracking the puck extremely well. The London Knights did a good job of managing his ice time down the stretch. He never played in back-to-back games, only twice, once in February, once in March.
Fired off the glass and back down into Owen Sound territory. 11 shots recorded for Owen Sound now. Still have about half a minute remaining on the power play. Out through the center ice. Gene Crony in across the line, trying to go wide on Medi. Puts it into the corner. Suzuki with a sensational rookie year, ledged around the shelf, and Palmu will dash in after it. Drummond zooms along the far side. Gadjevich was pretty tough along those boards. Pries it loose and it goes round the arm here on the near side. And airmail back out through the center ice. Boo has it behind him. Penalty now has expired, so we're back to 5-on-5. Mete pokes it free momentarily into the corner. Suzuki after it. Rolls onto the stick of Gadjevich. Crowley is being pestered there by Suzuki. Back to the line, and Sharif Sianoff can't hold it. A little hot to handle. And the LA Pick will send it in big. Parsons directing traffic. Changes now for London as Berisha goes to the bench. Pekanich over the boards and set up shop behind his own net is the sophomore Mete. Mete will lead the 4-man assault up through the center ice and dribbled in deep, and McNiven has it. Played around, and Simic will take over for Owen Sound along with Sturck. Long stretch pass read well by Jolevi. And across the line for a nice shot, pumped towards the net. McNiven didn't know where it was momentarily, but he makes the save.
Well, the Owen Sound attack had a power play, and they're employing a double drop on this power play. They get up to center ice, and you can see the London Knights 3 across the blue line, and then Berisha putting pressure on the puck as they get the zone with that double drop. They have the London Knights standing still at that blue line. That's not what you want if you're the Knights. And Oli Jolevi steps up Michael McNiven makes his first save here in period number 2.
Tap back to the line. Graves waits, shoots it off the base of the net. Rolls along the near side. And Tkachuk is pinned up against the boards. Tried loose there by Dvorak. Joel Levy. Tight ropes on line, booted in by Graves. That was pretty good defensive play into the zone. Now rolls in front of the net. I should say offensive play by the rear guard. Now through the center ice goes Zapula. He's hooked up momentarily. Play continues. Rolls into the corner. Graves can't clear the zone, but has the puck. Graves takes a look off the glass, finding Tkachuk. Hits him. Yes, icing will be called.
Well, Santino Santarami had a career year for the Owen Sound Attack wearing that C. He's a former London Knight, a 4th-round pick for the Knights. As a matter of fact, Santarami 41 points on the season. He ends up 15th among defensemen in the OHL scoring race.
Oiled around the boards, and Tkachuk will slide it out through the center ice. Here's Dvorak. Nice little boot up onto the blade. Cruises now tipped in front of the net by Marner. Well, they got eyes in the back of the head for each other. Now Tkachuk. Didn't have to be good on that tip. Tkachuk wheels it in front again, and it goes off his skate and rolls to the corner. Dunda. Marner all over him, out through the center ice. Dunda tries to take a whack at it, and it goes along the near side. Jersey tracks it down for Owen Sound. Jersey up against Marner, and he'll lead the 3-man assault. Tkachuk in across the line. Little dish to Marner, stolen there by Friend. A good defensive play by the rear guard. Here's Joe Levy. Long cross-ice feed for Marner. He'll just poke it in directly to the London bench now. Dvorak pushes his man, and we're going to have the whistle. I think the puck's going to, or the face-off's going to come outside the Owen Sound blue line.
Well, you talk about chemistry, Sloney, and we have Dvorak and Marner. We've been watching this all season long. They just seem to know where the other player is going to go as Marner ends up with a nice little tip in front of the net. McNiven had to be sharp to make that save.
Off the draw, and Owen Sound will control. Suzuki dashes in across the line against Crowley. Around the boards, hits the net. Crowley tracks it down. Radjovic all over him off the tip of his stick, and Jamieson will put it right onto the stick of Gianfroni. Back to the line, MacArthur, Phillips on for Gianfroni. Suzuki couldn't handle the pass, and tipped free by Bernhardt and out through the center ice. Phillips against Sherwood. Hard on the check. Heffernan in there as well. Poked free. This line for Dale Hunter had a good first period. Lots of energy. In behind the net now. Phillips. Back to MacArthur. Then Phillips takes a bump from Sherwood. Long stretch pass right up Main Street. Missed everyone. Icing called against Owen Sound.
Well, Heffernan comes down from the Sudbury Wolves to the London Knights at the trade deadline. He's there to add a little bit of physical play for the Knights, but he added some scoring in the month of March. 2 goals chipped in from that 4th line. That depth scoring's big at this time of year.
Well, Marner, Dvorak, Tkachuk line out again for London. Mete, Martinet on the back end. Everybody up in tight London. 11 shots recorded for Owen Sound, 6 for the London Knights, and Dvorak will win the draw on for Marner. That shot hits somebody in front of the net and kept in by Martinet, and squeezes back out through the center ice. Radjovic will ratchet in across the line against the Mete. Mete on the right side of the puck. Then his man up against the boards. Goes back to the line. Kept in. Centorami takes a big shot. Tipped in front of the net. And boy, Parsons, another positional save. Another shot in front of the net. And yet again, Parsons puts the pads on. Dirk loses his stick. Back to the line. Centorami will send it around the base of the board. Dvorak will try to clear. Owen Sound with some pressure here. That backhanded shot over top of the net. Hit a stick. Along the near side. Lindo up against the boards, and Sturk has it for Owen Sound. He'll play it to the open wing, and Brack taps it into the corner for Lindo. Lindo trying to bulldoze his way out, and Parsons put that leg down. Here goes Sturk with the shot, and it hits the skate, and Marner has it for London. Here's Mitch Marner right in front of his own net. He'll lead it up for London. Here's Marner. And across the line, he's got Tkachuk and Dvorak. Marner poke checked by Sharif Sianoff, and he'll dial it around the show. Out front and picked off by Centeremi. Marner all over him, and it rolls back. And now there's going to be a penalty, a slashing call, and I think it's going to London.
Oh, this is Mitch Marner reaching in on Santino Centeremi on this play right here. He comes down right across the hands right there. And when he gets Centeremi on the hands, the arm goes up very quickly as he'll step off into the box. And the Owen Sound attack will get their second power play opportunity in tonight's contest. 3 for 31 on the season, 0 for 1 in tonight's game.
Now Owen Sound on the power play, a scoreless draw. Almost 6 gone here in the second period. Game 1, Budweiser Gardens. Tomorrow night will be game 2. Right here at the Gardens, that shot off the mask of Parsons. It rolls to the corner. Crowley trying to pick it up, back to the line, and Centeremi shoots, and Parsons makes the save, and it's swept to the corner. And Parsons will take off the mask.
Tyler Parsons takes off the mask because of this shot right here. This shot comes through from the point from Palmoon. You see he takes that right off the face. The Owen Sound attack have had somebody down in that blue paint all night long. Parsons adjusts the mask while the play was going on. The officials didn't blow it dead because he had it on. But he has a look at the cage on that mask to make sure that it's not bent around, blocking his eyesight. No worse for the wear. We have 1 minute 34 seconds remaining on the penalty to Marner.
Off a skate, and Jones back the other way, short-handed. He can skate. Jones trying to go wide on Palmu. And Centeremi back to help with Palmu. On a good defensive play. Off the boards and back in. Dvorak picked off. Now Berisha whiffs out. Berisha. First goal of the playoffs after having 45 on the season. On the power play, Owen Sound continues. That shot knocked down in front of the net. Crowley takes a whack at it, being pestered by Gene Cromie. Gadjevich has had a strong game so far. Suzuki in there as well. Graves tracks it down and then just pot it onto the stick of Berisha, and he'll spin it down in length of the ice. 35 remaining in the Marner Minor. Out through the center goes Palmer. Left side, in across the line goes Hancock. Oh boy. Who had a lane down the right side, but I believe it was Mete. Didn't see him. He could have strung him for a breakaway pass. Nonetheless, the 17 remaining in the Marner Minor. Out through the center ice. Hancock will race down the left side. Dumps it in deep. Martinet hammers it around the boards. And Semic couldn't keep it in, and now Marner is about to return to the ice. Riziano, Semic, guided past the Pickenich. Out through the center ice, lugs it in across the line. The shot off the mark, rolls to Hancock. He'll center it out front, hits a skate, and Mitch Marner has it for London. Takes a peek, and 2 or 3 of them now in across the line. To Marner! Oh, Riziano stems it off at the last second. Kind of brilliant defensive work. Now it moves to the near side, and now London looks like to the power play.
Well, Sharif makes a brilliant play right here as he stays with Mitch Marner as opposed to going to the shooter. He gets that stick in the lane and takes away a tap in from Marner on the play. And then Sharif right here reaching underneath Cliff Pooh. As Pooh goes down rather easily, but Sharif will step into the box. And the Knights get their first power play opportunity of the evening. During the regular season, they went 6 for 25 against the Owen Sound attack.
London on the power play for the first time this evening. Tkachuk, Dvorak off the low post, and he couldn't grab onto that puck. Dvorak near side. Hot pass for Berisha. Tkachuk, Marner on the back end. Yoel Levy, Berisha, Tkachuk and Dvorak up front. Here's Berisha. Summary pass out front. Knocked down by Lindo. He'll try to spring away. Break! and it rolls off to the tip of his stick, and Parson jimmies it on to the far side, and Dvorak will leave it for Juolevi. Still a minute 20 remaining in the Sharif-Sianoff minor. Here goes Mitch Marner, and across the line, Dvorak back for Marner, picked off by center Amni. Juolevi has the puck in front. Tkachuk waits momentarily. Dvorak off the low post. Now Marner stationed back at the line, a shot right on, and McNiven will make the save.
Well, the London Knights end up giving up a 2-on-1 right here as Mitch Marner gets caught standing up. Tyler Parsons shoots this puck away from Brack, coming in with all kinds of pressure. We have a minute and 1 second remaining in the Sharif-Sianoff penalty.
Jones out on the ice for London now. Marner still on the back end. Mete Dvorak, and now Pickenich will be on the second unit. 55 remaining in the minor. The LA picks Sharif-Sianoff. Now out through the center ice. Here goes Mete. He'll dump it in deep. Scoreless draw. Goes onto the stick of McNiven. Now tapped to Jones. Jones over to the open wing. Marner loses it momentarily. Yet again, he tracks it down. Is Mete, and he'll go in behind his own net. Just 30 remaining. Here's Victor Mete. He'll lead the four-man assault for London. Jones in across the line. Stops. Wheels it into the corner. Hancock, MacArthur after it. Muck it up. In behind the Owen Sound net, set free, and back out through the center ice goes Mete. Just 9 seconds remaining in the London power play as Jones is chased back. Here's Jones, stretch pass, Marner, stops, shoots. Oh, saved by McNiven as Marner gunned it off the pad of McNiven. Now Mete shoots. Big save again by McNiven as he picks it off the left pad. Jamieson plays it on for Dvorak. Another shot.
Jones hangs around down in the blue paint area long enough as the London Knights get 3 shots through. Michael McNiven with 3 saves. Jones dives at this puck and banks it in off McNiven as he can't get across in time. It goes off the bottom of his skate. Max Jones breaks the ice here as the London Knights take a 1-0 lead halfway through this contest.
So Jones is first. After London peppered about 3 shots at McNiven, who was spectacular on that extreme. Now Brack in deep against the Knights, a 1-0 lead halfway through this hockey game. Brack plays it around the boards for Sturck, scoops it along the far side. Philip shot tipped in front of the net, and it goes into the 9,000 plus.
Jones picks up where he left off at the tail end of the season. Jones with 4 goals in his last 5 games for the London Knights as he scores the first here in the playoffs. His first goal of the playoffs, the Knights out in front 1-0.
Halfway through this hockey game, Jones has a 1-0 lead for the London Knights.
Coulter's Pharmacy and Home Healthcare has been providing quality products, competitive pricing, and personal service since 1973. We feature a complete home healthcare department and a pharmacy-first philosophy. I'm Scott Coulter. Experience the Coulter's Pharmacy difference.
Science, applied the right way, makes life easier, better, and safer for people around the world. That's 3M Science, applied to life.
We sort paper into different grades and then ship to paper mills to be made into new paper products. Don't forget, paper and plastics don't mix. Thank you for taking the time to sort your recyclables.
This second period is brought to you by Progressive Countertops.
Max Jones hit a stretch of games in January and February where he only recorded 5 points in 19 games. He rebounded in March, scoring 6 goals and 10 points in London's last 9 games of the regular season. He has them out to a 1-0 lead here tonight.
Hammered off the boards, and Pekanich will try to track it down. Semic will clear the zone, stolen by McDonald. Haven't seen a lot of McDonald in this second period. Now out front, Yakimovic has it for London. He'll leave it there for Gray. Puts it in for himself. Stolen there by Zapula. And here comes Palmer. Up along the right side for Hancock and across the line. Palmu was leveled at the London blue line.
Owen McDonald in a defensive role down the stretch for the London Knights. But this is a big part of the hockey game right here for the Owen Sound attack. They have to have a pushback, Sloaney. They played extremely well in here. It's been a tight contest. In fact, they're out shooting the Knights 16-11 at this point in the contest as the penalty box door swings open and Jacob Graves is stepping in. So it looks as though the Owen Sound attack will go on the power play for the 3rd time in tonight's contest. I didn't see that, Sloaney. It must have happened after the whistle.
Either after the whistle at that hit at the London blue line. There's the shot, cranked off the post. As Owen Sound comes very close, I believe it was Gene Froney who labeled that one. Oh, Owen Sound coming very close in tying this hockey game. Palmu on the left side. He has the puck again off to Suzuki. Here's Gene Froney whiffing on it on the one-timer. Now near side to the far point. Palmu picks it up, cues it in along the far boards and divvy back to the line, and center Amy has it. Gene Froney, head up, slot area, station out front. Zapula, Suzuki rather, labels that one, and I believe Carson's got a piece of that one. Now it goes to Gene Froney on for Palmu. Owen Sound moving the puck brilliantly. Now that shot didn't have much on it, and that allows London to clear the zone. Panorami deep in his own territory. 55 remaining in the Graves minor. 7:19 remaining here in the second frame. A 1-0 London Knight lead. Max Jones, his first of the playoffs, into the corner. Rattled to the near side. Boo trying to clear the zone. It goes to the near side again. Picked up. Now lofted, picked up again by Jones. Jones raced down the left side against the Siena. Jones continue to battle. Jones, a fierce competitor, steals the puck into the corner. We've seen this a couple of weeks ago with Jones. Jones still on Siena. Now he'll go directly to the London bench. It's a round of applause. Zapula in across the line, slides it back. Siena, Semic, Siena. Here's the Russian. Semic shoots, knocked down in front of the net and picked up by J.J. Pekanich. He'll dash down the left side and across the line. Two shoots, score!
Jolevi sticks the foot out right there, makes the block, and the London Knights break away in the transition. It's a 3-on-2 at this point. Pekanich finds Pooh going down the slot area. He uses Sienov as a screen on the play, and he picks the low blocker side on McNiven. And the London Knights out in front too now. That was a good push back by the Knights.
Well, 12 shots recorded for London, 2 of them goals. McNiven has had a good game. Now played in deep again. Pekanich center pass knocked down. London coming close again. Crowley plays it on for Jamieson. Loses control. Jersey will help them out. Plays it on the right side. Lindo will bring it in across the line. He'll push it in past Crowley. Crowley plays it around the board for Yakimovic. Ahead for McDonald. McDonald off the glass. Jersey yet again. Yakimovich bids and finds McDonald. Out through to center ice. He'll send it in deep off the stick of McNiven, and Yakimovich right in the grill.
Well, McNiven fumbles that puck around, and Yakimovich gets in right on top of him. The defense for the Owen Sound attack didn't like that, as we have 5:24 remaining here in period number 2. Shots on goal, 17-12 in favor of the Owen Sound attack. They played a very good road game in here, Sloaney. They don't deserve to be down 2-0, but that's the fate they're facing right now.
On the power play a few minutes ago, they rang one right off the post. Came Froney from the point position. And the score remains 2-0. 17 shots for Owen Sound, 12 for the Knights. Played around the boards, Jersey. On the right side, Suzuki. Up top, picked off by Sherwood. Bernhardt on the left side. Heffernan pops one right into the glove of McNiven.
Well, Heffernan and Friend come together at the tail end of the play. Friend, an 18-year-old in this league. Heffernan, a 19-year-old, but Friend's a rookie. Heffernan has a little bit of experience. 5:11 remaining here in period number 2. As the Owen Sound attack will have to open things up now. We'll see a bit different style of game coming from them as they get down 2-0.
Heffernan loses the draw and played around the boards. Lindo will try to find a man. That's a Brack. He'll usher it in across the line. Lindo shot well off the mark, and Sianov races in after it. Kept in. Sturk. Josh Sturk. Former London Knight pushes it back to Centerami. Has it hop over his stick. Bernard all over him and hammered up on the left side. Sturk will take over. Owen Sound. Centerami. Out through to center ice. Lindo in across the line. Pushes it past Martinet. Now Lindo hammered there by the Knights player. That was Heffernan. Heffernan still mucks it up in the corner. Pushed loose, and somebody's knocked down. Looks like Martinet labors the bit. He'll go directly to the London bench. Now in across the line, picked off by Zapula, and he'll usher it down the right side. In across the line, along with Joe Levy, his passing attempt off the stick and out of play.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on Chris Martinet on this play as Josh Sturk gets the stick into a very sensitive area right there, and you can see Martinet goes down on the play. That's one the officials missed, as Martinet stays on the bench. Looks like he'll be back to action in tonight's contest. 4:02 remains here in the second period.
Hancock on the draw. Almu out there along with Sapula. Centerami. Sianov. He seems like he never is off the ice at all. And there's number 34 on the back end for Owen Sound. Joe Levy in behind his own net, sets up shop, and he'll lead the four-man assault up through to center ice. Goes to Borat. Marner right side. Here's Marner, shoots, and a bad save by McNiven. He stuck the right one out to make that save on the sniper Marner. And across the line goes Hancock. Graves can't clear the zone. Palmu will pick it up along the far side. He's hauled down. Play continues. Marner now without a stick. And play to the corner. And Joel Levy will base it around the boards and out through to center ice. Going to be another penalty here to the London record. Sianov chased down by Marner. 6 attackers now out for the Owen Sound attack. They're down by 2. We're approaching the 3-minute mark remaining in the second period. Centerami left side. Suzuki leaves it. Gianfroni. Suzuki shoots, and it rolls over top of the net. Now out front, and Dvorak touches it. Owen Sound to the power play.
Well, Santino Centerami takes a stick off the face right here. As you can see, Tkachuk comes in, gives him the little hack. I think that was an excuse me hack that got up into the face. as it goes off the shaft of the stick up into Santarami's face. This will be the 4th power play opportunity for the Owen Sound attack in tonight's contest. They're 0 for 3 so far. 3 for 31 during the course of the regular season, only operated at 10% in the head-to-head matchup.
Getting back to the line and off the skate. Now Jones with that great hustle on the PK. Up against Palmer. There's going to be another penalty on the Palmer, so the London Knights will even it up.
Well, Palmu was wilting under the pressure here. As you can see, Jones all over him. He just sticks the stick into the midsection right there, and he holds him back. The official on the other side picked up on that right away, whistles that down. So just 12 seconds into the penalty to Tkachuk. Off goes Palmu, so we'll have some 4-on-4 hockey here for the first time in tonight's contest.
Well, London, everybody up in tight. Crew, who recorded his first goal of the playoffs, will lose the draw. 4-on-4 for 1:38, and then London with an abbreviated power play for about 11 seconds. 2-0 as we wind it down here in period 2 of game 1. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock here at the Gardens, game 2. Back up in Owen Sound on Monday and Wednesday for games 3 and 4. Of course, Rogers TV will have them all.
Well, Chris Martinet back out onto the ice after taking that spear, looking no worse for the wear, as he's a big portion of the London Knights defense heading down the stretch. A 4th-round pick of the Dallas Stars.
Not a lot of shots going in this hockey game. 17 recorded for Owen Sound, 15 for the London Knights, but they have that 2-0 lead. Who out through to center ice along with Jones, and Mete coughs it up, and it rolls out to Martinet. He'll find Cliff Poo, and across the line they stay onside. Just good job by Jones. He'll race after it into the corner. Jones pokes it free momentarily, and Suzuki has it for Owen Sound. London native and across the line, trying to go through the legs of Mete. He didn't take the bait, and it rolls into the corner. Martinet, no worse for the wear. Has that off his skates, and he'll leave it for Mete. 30 remaining in the Knights minor, 42 remaining in the minor to Palmer. Mete in across the line. Borak shoots, and he breaks his stick. Another stick and out of play.
Well, Sharif once again makes a good defensive play here as he gets a stick in the lane. Victor Mete gets the outside right here and just pushes it back into the slot area. And you can see Sharif Sianoff, Johnny on the spot for the 2nd time in tonight's game as he takes away a scoring opportunity from Dvorak. 22 seconds remains in the Tkachuk penalty, and the London Knights will have an abbreviated power play.
Well, that goes off the base of the net and right into the glove of McNiven, so we'll do it again.
Well, Michael McNiven wears the number 40 as a tribute to his grandfather. Bobby Orr was his grandfather's favorite hockey player, so McNiven added the 0 into Orr's number 4. And we get the 40.
Good story. Out through to center ice, and the old Levy tracks it down along with Graves. In behind his own net. Minute remaining in this second period. 2-0 London lead. Here's the Vigneault Levy. Out through to center ice, Marner to Borak. 8 seconds remaining in the London power play offside at the Owen Sound blue line.
Well, Julevi tried to hold up at the blue line. He just could not do it. One of 4 50-goal scorers in the Ontario Hockey League this year. In fact, Dvorak led the entire league with 52 on the campaign. DeBrincat, Mangiapane with 51 each. And then Amadio up in North Bay. He rounded out the top 4 scorers in the league. The 5th scorer in the league, Aaron Barisha, he checked in with 45 goals this year.
What a career year for Aaron Barisha. Mark will have Victor Mete during the second intermission, which is 45 seconds away. Tailed off the glass and back down into London territory. That'll do it for the London power play, so we're back to 5-on-5. Now airmailed out through to center ice by Marner up the base of the boards and kept in deep by Gianfroni. Off the boards again, back out through to center ice. Tkachuk out through to center and across the line. And center Hammy being tracked down there by Dvorak. Marner, Dvorak, 12 seconds remaining. Back to Tkachuk out front. Goes to the line, one more chance. Jamieson, Marner, Tkachuk out front, and it hits a skate. And it's rattled back out through to center ice where the horn sounds to end period 2 here at London's Budweiser Gardens. Stay tuned for Mark Schattenberg in the second intermission. It's OMAC, London Night Hockey, right here on Rogers.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Serious injuries require serious but caring lawyers. The injury lawyers at Learners know handling an injury case means more than winning. It means taking care of what's important, you and your loved ones.
It's London's most remarkable address, a new luxury apartment building featuring breathtaking views and the city's largest floor plans. It's 940 on the Park, an Ayreswood rental property, steps from Springbank Park, a pool, spa, gym, library, and more.
Hey London, this is Sidette. You're not going to want to miss the Sidette Show. We're going all over London talking about how we're all making a difference. We believe that you make a difference.
Check your toilet for leaks. It's easy to do, and it can help you save water and money. Each year, a leaky toilet can waste more than 200,000 liters of water, enough to fill a large swimming pool. Learn how to do a simple leak test at london.ca/leak test.
DustX Canada is devoted to making our client's office an organized and healthy place to work. Using innovative, eco-certified products, our mandate is to be the very best by providing superior value through attentive, personalized service that exceeds expectations.
You work hard so you can afford to live the life you want, for yourself, for your family. Well, what if the unexpected happened? You know what I mean. I work with over a dozen major life insurance companies. I'll find the right insurance coverage for you at a fair price.
I'm Chris Burton, and I'm here to help.
This is Rogers TV, London.
For London area viewers, stay connected to what's happening in and around London. It's daytime, weekdays, live at 11 a.m. Rebroadcast at 5 p.m. with host Ken Eastwood on Rogers TV. Victor Mete is our second intermission guest. The Knights now lead by a score of 2-0 after 40 minutes over the Owen Sound attack. Is it safe to say, Victor, that the last stretch trying to catch the Erie Otters, you were playing playoff hockey for the last month of the schedule?
Oh yeah, for sure. Obviously we wanted to finish in first place, so we were doing whatever we could to try to take that position, but unfortunately fell short in the last game. But obviously it did feel like playoff hockey, so it got us prepared for this series.
Now you look at a lot of video and whatnot to try to break down the Owen Sound attack, team that you won 4 out of 6 games from in the regular season. How was it that you break down this team as far as we have to do to beat them?
Well, we just look at previous games we played against them, what their tendencies is, and how we can break them basically by watching what they do. So we'll watch their latest games and games we've played and see how we can come out winning.
Sure. That's defenseman Victor Mete joining us in the second intermission. His Knights now lead by a score of 2-0 on Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors. We have very competitive prices on hardwood flooring materials and installations. We also provide resanding and refinishing services. Please come in to view our 6,000 square foot showroom at 782 York Street in London, the one and only hardwood store you will ever need, here on Flooring. Choose Artistic Spa for industry-leading laser hair removal, body shaping, skin resurfacing, and anti-aging solutions. Clinical treatments in a relaxing spa atmosphere. Visit artisticspa.ca.
Ooh,
You need a little less Forever 21 and a little more Slovenly 42.
There's some shady stuff going down.
The banks defrauded the American people. It's unbelievable. Now we can kick them in the teeth.
Here we go.
Tonight, turn your weapons to the Capitol. Turn your weapons to snow.
Porky's is London's leader in leisure. A full line of gas and wood fireplaces, beautiful hot tubs by Sundance, and the ever-popular Bullfrog Spas. Porky's Barbecue and Leisure, 1075 Sarnia Road.
Maybe you want to create a bold design statement in your kitchen, or perhaps you want a warm, classic makeover in your bathroom. Whatever your tastes, Progressive Countertop has your color, your cut, your style in the latest granite and Cambria quartz countertops.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Minutes before puck drop tomorrow night, and actually every home game for the London Knights throughout the postseason. It's the warm-up brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. And tomorrow night, Owen Sound viewers will be able to watch our pregame show as well, starting at 6:30 p.m. So pregame analysis, player interviews, talk from around the OHL as well on the warm-up on Rogers TV. The Knights now lead by a score of 2-0 here in the second intermission as we go upstairs to Greg and Rick to talk about some of the highlights of the middle stanza.
I'll tell you, pretty good hockey game here tonight, Doily. Owen Sound played a terrific game so far, 2 periods in. McNiven extremely well, I think, so far.
Well, McNiven has played very well. He's kept the Owen Sound attack in games all season long. In 28 losses this year, and his record in 10 of those games, he let in 3 or fewer goals to lose those hockey games. So Michael McNiven, used to playing in tight contests with his team not providing a whole lot of goal support, but he deserves a better fate than he has in here right now, as he has a 2-0 lead against him with the London Knights out in front after 2 periods here. But McNiven has played extremely well.
Tyler Parsons, you watched him go down the stretch with the London Knights, gaining more confidence each and every game. Again, an outstanding performance so far, handling 17 shots.
Well, Tyler Parsons has played extremely well, and I like the way that the London Knights handled his workload down the stretch. Now, Parsons had 3 injuries last year, all 3 lower body injuries. He came out this year, he said he was in better shape. He hadn't had an injury this season in the lower body area, and certainly he's played extremely well, but he's well rested. Now, the London Knights never used him in back-to-back games down the stretch. They used him once in February in back-to-back games, and of course once in March at the end of the season when they were playing the Erie Otters for first seed in the Western Conference. So you knew they were going to play him then, but Parsons well rested. He looks very sharp in here tonight, tracking the puck extremely well.
Regular season is one thing, the playoffs is another thing. A lot of physicality in this game so far.
Well, there has been physicality in this game, and that's what I think has to be a strategy for the Owen Sound attack. They have to take the body on the London Knights. The one thing they have to do is slow this hockey club down in the neutral zone, and they've done a good job of that here through 2 periods, as they've done they've taken the body to the Knights on occasion after occasion. Now the Knights are trying to put all kinds of pressure on this defense, but they haven't been physical. On the other side, the Owen Sound attack have been physical with the Knights defense.
Okay, Mark, we'll send it back down to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. There's certainly some OHL news we can discuss. In fact, what's interesting, it's really NHL news, because to be eligible for the 2016 draft in June, you have to be 18 by September the 15th. But there's a movement afoot to possibly change it to 19 years old across the board for birthdays.
Well, I'll start it out, Doily, and you know something? I'm a big fan of the older players playing in the NHL. 18, if you're exceptional, like a McDavid or a John Tavares possibly, I can see that happening. Very similar to maybe the exceptional rule coming into the OHL as a 15-year-old. I kind of like the idea of possibly going to the 19.
Well, I can refer back to the 19-year-old. When I played in the Ontario Hockey League, they drafted players at 19 years old. What that does for the scouts is it gives them an extra year to evaluate the talent of the player. It gives the player an extra year to mature, to be ready to play at the National Hockey League level. I think what it'll do is it'll push the age group higher at this point. So you'll have more 19-year-olds playing in the Ontario Hockey League at that point, and you'll have more 20-year-olds playing in the Ontario Hockey League. So it'll push the 15-year-olds and the 16-year-olds out. I think that's good for the league. I think it'll be a better caliber hockey, and I also think it's good for the pros because they get an extra year to look at players.
Right now, of course, the only true 18-year-olds in the NHL is Noah Hannafin with Carolina and somebody named Connor McDavid with the Edmonton Oilers. Even if you consider Jack Eichel, he's really a late birthday from last year, so he would be more of this 19-year-old draft picking as opposed to picking the guys who are 18 years old. Ole Mata for the London Knights is another good example of somebody who jumped to the NHL surprisingly earlier than we possibly thought he might be going up.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before, Mark. You're going to get the odd player that can play in this hockey league or the National Hockey League at 18. And let's go back a little bit to the American Hockey League as well, where the kids can't play in the American Hockey League until they're done junior, at least if they're drafted in the OHL to the NHL. And, you know, by going 19, that will solidify that rule even more, in my opinion. And, you know, you get those odd players, Rick Ware, you get a McDavid or a Hannafin that can play. You know, you talk about Mitch Marner as well. Again, is he outstretched himself in the Ontario Hockey League? Well, this gives him another year as well to play in the Ontario Hockey League.
Well, I like the idea of Mitch Marner playing in the Ontario Hockey League for another year. You have to remember he's only 164 pounds. Now, there is the odd exceptional player that will be able to graduate and play at the National Hockey League at 18 years old, but those are the very small exceptions to the rule. And you have a look at Connor McDavid. He went up this season. He ends up injured. And that's one of the big things that you have. You don't want your star players graduating into the National Hockey League when they're not quite mature enough, they're not quite ready, and they end up injured, as Connor McDavid did for 2 months of the season this year with the Edmonton Oilers, having him out of the lineup.
Lots of big talk about Austin Matthews. By the way, his birthday is September 17th. He missed last year's draft by just 3 days. London leads 2-0 on Rogers TV in the second intermission.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
You can trust your vehicle to the rust prevention experts at Oil Guard Anti-Rust. Oil Guard's classic formula and Formula 2 No Drip create a moisture barrier that will help you duck the rust on your car or truck. Proven rust protection you can trust. When you choose new flooring for your home, it's not just how it looks, it's also about how you live. The people at Great Floors will ensure your next floor is a perfect fit for how you live your life at home, making it easy with Great Floors in Strathroy, Ingersoll, and St. Thomas.
Take a moment and imagine the frustration you would feel if this happened to you. Please be considerate when parking near accessible parking spaces and leave room. It's the right thing to do.
Body Break Kids with Sierra Johnson.
Hi, I'm Sierra Johnson. I've been speed skating for a couple months now. It's a lot of fun. If you have a need for speed, start speed skating. All you need to do is check out our website to see if it's in your area. Then sign up and rent some speed skates. You'll meet other skaters, learn how to do it, and most of all, get fit.
Until next time, keep fit and have fun. Body Break Kids.
With 8 London locations, Pizza Hut will make your order fresh using only the best ingredients and our dough made fresh daily. Pizza Hut also delivers citywide, including Kilworth and Kamoka.
Lerner's business law lawyers offer a depth of expertise few other firms can match. As one of Southwestern Ontario's largest law firms, we've handled some of the region's biggest and most complex business transactions. Our expertise is proven. Visit lerners.ca.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Extra London Knights and Owen Sound Attack coverage for everybody. The Wrap, brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron, follows tonight's game for London viewers and for the Owen Sound area viewers with Pete James and Ryan Robinson. And tonight, Manny Pavey will be on the panel as well. You can call in your questions, 672-1313 for Owen Sound viewers. If you want to scribble that number down now, 672-1313 will be the phone number. Here's a scoring summary of the middle stanza. Max Jones scores his first of the postseason after scoring 28 in the regular season from Aiden Jamieson and Matthew Tkachuk at 10:35. Then at 13:44, Cliff Pugh from J.J. Pickenich, and only Joe Levy picking up the second assist on that to play. On the 3-on-2, that was actually Jacob Graves that was on the 3-on-2 with those two gentlemen. Here is the upcoming broadcast. Of course, right back at it tomorrow night. The game time is 6:30 for the warm-up on Rogers TV. We'll drop the puck just after 7, but be sure to watch the warm-up tomorrow night at 6:30 for game number 2 from Budweiser Gardens. Greg and Rick have the call of the third period next.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Dustex Canada is devoted to making our clients' home an organized and healthy place to live. Using innovative eco-certified products, our mandate is to be the very best by providing superior value through attentive, personalized service that exceeds expectations.
It's London's most remarkable address, a new luxury apartment building featuring breathtaking views and the city's largest floor plans. It's 940 on the Park, an Ayreswood rental property, steps from Springbank Park, a pool, spa, gym, library, and more.
Porky's is London's leader in leisure. A full line of gas and wood fireplaces, beautiful hot tubs by Sundance, and the ever-popular Bullfrog Spas. Porky's Barbecue and Leisure, 1075 Sarnia Road.
Miss Everdeen, the game is coming to its end.
If you're killing Katniss, our lives, they mean something. We got one shot. Let's make it count.
The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2, now on demand.
Why wait to watch what you want? Order the hottest new release movies with the touch of a button. Go to Rogers On Demand on Channel 100 and start watching today.
With 8 London locations, Pizza Hut will make your order fresh, using only the best ingredients and our dough made fresh daily. Pizza Hut also delivers citywide, including Kilworth and Kamoka. 4 Points London is committed to making your dreams come true. Our wedding services provide for the trendy to the traditional. Whether you walk down an aisle of rose petals or white sand, we'll be there.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Back here at London's Budweiser Gardens, where the Knights lead at 2-0 as we head into the third period. Doyley, let's take a look at the shots on goal in the second.
Well, the Omak Mortgage's shots on goal clock read 12-7 in favor of the Knights in period number 2. Although the Owen Sound attack outshoot them 17-15 through 2 periods, as the Knights out in front 2-0. First goal by Max Jones as this shot gets through from the point. Max Jones right there pouncing on that puck to bounce it in off McNiven. And then the London Knights, Ole Joe Levy blocks a shot, and Cliff Poog on the other way in transition, picks the lower blocker side to give the Knights a 2-0 lead at the end of 2 periods here. As the Knights out in front, as Petrus Palmu will start period number 3 on the bench. But he's pulled down 13 minutes of ice time through 2 periods. He was the leading scorer for the Owen Sound attack this year with 23 goals. And Ole Joe Levy with an assist in tonight's contest off a block shot has pulled down 11 minutes and 9 seconds through 2 periods of play. 5 minutes and 57 seconds in that second period, as both Finns a big portion of their hockey club here. Tyler Parsons has had a good night. 17 shots on goal. He's tracking the puck extremely well, although the London Knights rested him down the stretch in the months of February and March to get him prepared for the playoffs. Michael McNiven, all kinds of pressure on McNiven, as he's the last line of defense for a team that only has an average of just under 3 goals per game scored during the regular season. So the focus becomes Michael McNiven on the play. Mitchell Marner yet to put up a point in the playoffs, as the Owen Sound attack have done a very good job of checking London's top line.
London's top line is out there now as we enter this third period with a 2-0 lead.
Dumped in deep. Lindo has a beat on it into the corner. Now in behind the net. Owen Sound will look to have a quick start. Centering pass out front. Marner back the other way for London. Get it in across the line. And yet again, Sharizianov will lead it up for Owen Sound. In across the London line. Try to go wide on Joel Levy. Centering pass knocked down by the veteran Graves. And scalped to the corner where a big hit by Lindo on Joel Levy. Played back to the line. Sharizianov head up off the boards in behind the net. Now rolls to the corner to the line again. Center enemy in front. And picked off by the Knights. And Kachuk will lead the three-man assault. In across the line. Mitch Marner in stops. And Sharizianov cut it off once. But yet again, Marner has the puck. Martinet in from his point position. Kachuk. Dvorak, Martinet, Marner lurking off the post that rolls to the far side, and Lindo will set it free, and he'll head man it up for Gadget. He'll get it in across the London blue line. That's about it, and Martinet will have it for London. McDonald, right side, J.J. Pekinich, in across the Owen Sound blue line. Pekinich trying to find Mete off the tip of his stick as he was covered, and it goes to the far corner. Pekinich trying to streamline it in behind the net. Scoff there in a long right wing pass. Missed everyone, and icing called against Owen Sound.
Well, J.J. Pekinich, fourth round pick of the Toronto Maple Leafs, joined the Knights from the NCAA program at Boston University. Now, the New Jersey native finished the season with 66 points in 66 games. 30 of those points were goals. Averaging a point per game in your first year in the OHL is quite an accomplishment, even though he did it as a 19-year-old.
McDonald, Yakumovich, Pekinich up front for Dale Hunter Knights. Crowley, Jameson will anchor the D, and Gianfroni will get it up on the right side. Suzuki goes directly to the Owen Sound bench. Stretch pass out through to McDonald. He'll backhand it to the line, looking for J.J. Pekinich. He'll send it into the corner. Semic picks it up, plays it to the line, but not out. Yet again, Semic cranks it off the boards and back out through to center. And Palmu will have it for Owen Sound. In across the line, shimmies it into the corner. Hancock trying to take a whack at it. Pekinich will track it down and he'll fork it back to Jameson. On for Pekinich. Up on the right side. Phillips will keep it in. Punts it toward the net. And picked off nicely by Parsons. Jameson trying to skirt the check in of Zapula, but Pekinich will lead it up. Who in across the line. Sauce pass Pekinich out front for Yakumovich. And it goes off the stick and skitters to the corner. Played in deep again. MacArthur has it. On for Phillips. Cross ice feed. Out through to center ice goes Palmu. Takes a peek, lofts it on the near side. Kula in across the line. The hot backhander off the mark. And Palmu yet again at the line. Will tightrope it to keep it in. Joel Levy back to Griggs. And he'll soak it up in behind his own net. Barisha on the right side takes a peek onto the tape of Pooh. He'll backhand it in. And Jones hard on the forecheck. Beats his man, centering pass to no avail, and Simic will lead the four-man assault. In across the line, and Barisha pestering his man, so there will be a delayed offside, and Owen Sound will tag up. Here goes Pooh, back the other way, beats a check into the corner. Jones parked in front of the net, and Pooh is hauled down, but play continues. Crowd want a penalty, not going to get it, and Simic tracks it down in behind his own net. Pushed up against the wall by Barisha. Barisha forks it in behind the net along with Pooh and Joel Levy. Jones shoots, and it goes off the blocker of McNiven. Rolls in behind the net again. Joel Levy looking for the call. Not going to get it. Leads the ref. Now Suzuki back the other way. Gianfroni, top of the circle, shoots, and it goes off a man. And yet again, Joel Levy will push it ahead to Jones. Out through the center ice. Couldn't catch up with it, and Gadget will have to wait for Gianfroni. And it goes off a stick and out of play.
The London Knights. Max Jones down at the London bench as he comes together right in front of the bench right here with Nick Suzuki, and you can see Cianfrone gives him a little push. He goes into the door on the play. And Cianfrone is going off along with Max Jones. It looks as though 2 minutes will go up on the clock for both. Jones will probably go on the cross check for that little play against Suzuki. Cianfrone cross checks Jones into the penalty bench. Check that into the players bench after that play. So we'll have some 4-on-4 hockey for the second time in tonight's contest. Face-off will be deep in the London zone.
Well, it looks like Reckley Sioux Rams take game one of their best of 7 with Sarnia by the tune of 6-3 right at the RBC Center. Now along the near side. Still lots of time in this one. Almost 5 gone in the third period. London leads it 2-0, offsetting Myers, so we'll have 4-on-4. Takes a run at his man. That was Martin. Net kept in, no top 3, and Marner tracks it down, and he'll skirt it back out through to center ice. 18 shots recorded for attack, and 16 for the London Knights. Not a high shot total in this hockey game, but Dvorak, he's pretty clever around that net. Sending pass, and it goes to Marner. He'll look for Dvorak. Off to Mete. Victor Mete spins off the checking of Sturk, now in behind the net. Oh, he backhanded the pass back to Dvorak, and it just missed him. Marner beats a man. Little play to get past Sturk. He didn't take the bait, and it rolls back out through to center for Centerami. Has it for Owen Sound. He'll push it in deep, track to the corner. Now broken up along the far side by Palmu. Back to the line. Jersey can't keep it in, and boy, Jones almost stopped it there and back the other way. Or rather, that was Marner. Dishes it off for Dvorak. Palmu pins him up against the board. Off a skate and back to Graves at the line. Still 4-on-4 for 30 or so. Here's Graves. In along the far side, trying to kick it free past Jersey. Jersey will clear the zone. Zapula can't catch up with it. And yet again, the Knights have Kachuk hard in the corner along with Berisha out front. Jersey takes his man off the puck. Berisha in on the forecheck. He's taken down, and London has the puck. Here's goes Kachuk. He's hauled down. Now there'll be a call, and London to the power play.
Well, Brent's going to go on the hold here as he takes one hand off the stick, drapes it over the shoulder right there of Kachuk, and pushes him over top of the stick. So he'll go 2 minutes on the hold, 2 minutes on the trip, as the London Knights will be rewarded with their their third power play opportunity of the evening, although one was all of 12 seconds long. They'll have a 4-on-3 here for the first 3 seconds of this manpower advantage before they go to 5-on-4 when Cianfrone and Jones step out of the box.
Go Dvorak, Joe Levy, Berisha, and Marner. London wins the draw. Marner couldn't catch up to it. Many fans on the passing attempt, but Jones is up with it. He'll dash in on the left side. Ball, centering pass, Berisha, Marner waits momentarily, puts it onto the stick of Joel Levy. Marner can't accept the pass, chopped to the line, and the zone is clear. Joel Levy, Cianfrone all over him. He plays it off the boards and hits his skate. And then again, Joel Levy will regroup. 7 gone here in the third period. London on the power play for a minute 20 or less. 2-0 the Knights lead at game 1 here at London Budweiser Gardens. Tomorrow night is game 2 starting at 7. Now out through the center ice. And of course we'll have the warm-up. Palmu in across the line and the shot right on. And Parsons with the save.
The Owen Sound attack doing a tremendous job of keeping all kinds of pressure on the puck as Centerami gets this up to Palmu. Palmu just takes the shot on goal. Parsons there, no rebound to speak of with 12:45 remaining in this third period. There's a minute and 7 seconds remaining on the penalty to Friend, so the Knights on a 5-on-4 manpower advantage.
6:30 for the warm-up tomorrow night, so tune in for that. time will be 7 o'clock. London will continue on the power play. Marner coast to coast. He'll look for Pickenich. Lofted back to the line, and Dvorak. Marner out front. Pickenich takes a whack at it. And then he whiffed on it as it hits the stick. And Mete has it for London. He'll have to regroup. 38 remaining in the London power play. They have a 2-0 lead. Here goes Victor Mete in across the line along with Tkachuk. Tkachuk plays it around the boards for Mete. Marner picks it up, spins it into the corner. Now behind the net, back to the corner for Marner. Marner, bouncing puck, choked up and back the other way. Counters Owen Sound, and it's Hancock. Hancock at the London blue line, wastes some time. Marner takes his man off the puck. Palmudo steals from him. And across the line, spins off the checking of Mete, trying to find Hancock. 3 seconds remaining in London's power play. Owen Sound with the puck go. Booted 3 by Marner, and Friend goes directly to the Owen Sound bench. We're back to 5-on-5. Into the corner for Dvorak. Center Am, he pushes him up. Pickenich now helps out Dvorak, spins it back to the line. Jameson with the head fake into the corner for Dvorak. It goes to the Arizona pick. Pickenich tracks it down, trying to find Dvorak. Spin back to Jameson on the left side. Crowley hammers one and goes off the stick and over top of the net. Now the wraparound attempt by Tkachuk, and McNiven tracks it down.
Well, the Owen Sound attack have done a tremendous job of keeping pressure on the puck here against the London Knights, as they don't allow them to get set up and take full advantage of their power play. The Knights like to move that puck around extremely well, but you can see there's always a white shirt around that puck, and they play that diamond extremely well, and at the end of that play, they end up with the puck going out the far end. 11:04 remains here in the third period. Shots on goal 19-17 now in favor of the TAC. Shots on goal have been tough to come by in this contest.
Owen Sound been very good on the draws, especially in their own end. Yet again, they win another one offside of the London blue line.
Owen Sound attack have come in here with a game plan, and they've executed it extremely well. The Knights only out in front 2-0. All the goals coming from secondary scorers. Cliff Pooh and Max Jones with the goals.
Dumped in deep. Parsons plays it around the boards. The aforementioned Jones will scrum for it, trying to clear the zone. He'll knife it out through to center ice. Berisha taps it free. Berisha shoots. He scores. 3-0.
Tremendous eye-hand coordination as this puck is lifted out to center ice. Berisha knocks that down on the first bounce, and then he gets McNiven to bite on that first move where he thought he was going to shoot it glove side. Berisha hangs on and steps around to make it 3-0 for the London Knights. Aaron Berisha, 45 on the regular season. That's his first of the playoffs. The Knights out in front, 3-0.
So as we approach the 10-minute mark remaining in regulation time, one might call that some insurance from the London Knights. Now Brack in across the London line, chop to the corner. Lindo hard on the forecheck, and McDonald will pick it up for London. He'll stretch it down the left side for Yakimovich. Time to return feed for McDonald. And Yakimovich loses his stick, and Owen Sound will counter the other way. Out through to center ice, stolen by Pickenich. McDonald 3-on-2, happening here. Here's a shot by Pickenich, and it's wired wide, and McNiven might have got a piece of it. Graves sweeps it in front of the net, and Yakimovich couldn't handle that hot pass. Yakimovich tracks it down momentarily, but stolen there, and Owen Sound up with it left side out through to center ice, and he scribbles back in the London territory. Inside of 10 remaining in regulation time. 3-0. Knights lead it in game one. Out through to center. And across the line is Heffernan. Jersey pinned up against the boards. Jersey still continues to battle. Heffernan labels them. Played around the base and at the line, kept in by Bernhard. Here's Sherwood shooting it. Oh, he fouled it just wide of the mark. Now at the line, that'll be offside. hit. And the faceoff will come outside the Owen Sound blue line. 3-0 halfway through the third.
Coulter's Pharmacy and Home Healthcare has been providing quality products, competitive pricing, and personal service since 1973. We feature a complete home healthcare department and a pharmacy-first philosophy. I'm Scott Coulter. Experience the Coulter's Pharmacy difference.
Science, applied the right way, makes life easier, better, and safer for people around the world. That's 3M science applied to life.
Check your toilet for leaks. It's easy to do, and it can help you save water and money. Each year, a leaky toilet can waste more than 200,000 liters of water, enough to fill a large swimming pool. Learn how to do a simple leak test at london.ca/leak test.
This third period is brought to you by Great Floors.
Tyler Parsons is the 6th-ranked North American goaltender on the NHL Central Scouting List. Now, Joseph Raymakers of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds and Dylan Wells of the Peterborough Petes are rated in front of Parsons. Now, Raymakers played 28 games. Wells played 25, both in the backup role. Parsons played 49 as a starter. That may weigh in his favor when it comes time to draft players.
Face off just outside the Owen Sound blue line. Phillips tracks it down, lead pass, Hancock tips it on for Palmu. He'll spin off the checking of the Dallas Pitt Martin net. Long reach, checks him up, and back to the Owen Sound line. Zula headmans it up to Hancock. Palmu again in across the line, a shot toward the net. Big stretch save by Parsons as he stuck the right pad out to Palmu, or rather Palmu right on his doorstep. Looking for the rebound. It's chucked right into the glove off the boards and given way there by McNiven on for Phillips. Out through to center, left side, the aforementioned Palmu will just dump it in and he'll just go directly to the Owen Sound bench. Time becoming a bit of factor for the Owen Sound attack. They're down by 3. London's going to get a penalty though. Sharif Sianoff down and Sherwood takes a chop at it. 6 attackers for Owen Sound, and finally London touches the puck, and it's going to be an elbowing call.
Well, Heffernan is going to go 2 minutes for the elbow. This happens in the neutral zone. You can see Sharif Sianoff gets caught reaching in, and he gets the forearm shiver in the back of the head on that play. 2 minutes goes up on the clock, and the Owen Sound attack get rewarded with their 5th power play opportunity of the evening. So far, they're 0 for 4 with the manpower advantage.
Ian Froney wins the draw, back to the line. Palmu shot off a stick, off another skate. And it's going down the ice. Here, McNiven will leave it for Friend. Or rather, that's Centerami. Centerami. He's hauled down. The play continues. Centerami laboring to get up. Gene Froney getting past one man now. Centerami goes directly to the Owen Sound bench. Off the bench comes Semic on for Suzuki. Suzuki trying to wheel his way in. Jacobs takes a whack at him, played around the boards, and now out through the center ice. Palmu yet again. And across the line, off to the wing for Gene Froney. Gene Froney stops, now back to the top of his shoe. Palmu shot off the skate, rolls from the far side to Borak. Suzuki pins him up against the boards, along with Gadjevic. He sets it free. Palmu looking for back. Oh! Tipped in front of the net and just shimmied wide of the mark. Now played back to the line, and Palmu yet again takes a peek. Shemich waiting for a man. Palmu waits. Palmu shoots. Now scores! And the Owen Sound attack get one back on the power play.
Sound attack have been awfully good on the power play tonight as they move this puck around extremely well. And Shemich and Palmu play the catch. You can see Gadjevic down in front of Parsons as he provides the screen. I don't believe this goes off of Gadjevic's stick. And it goes high over top of the blocker side on Parsons, and all of a sudden we have a hockey game as Palmu, the leading scorer during the regular season for the Owen Sound attack, gets them on the board with 6:42 remaining here in period number 3.
That'll be recorded as a power play goal. Yes, we do. We have a game. Inside of 7 remaining here in the third period. Game on, buckle up. If it's played to the corner, goes London playing with fire. And an Owen Sound 5 power plays. Played out to the line. Yakimovic will keep it in at the line. Skirted free. McDonald will pick it up for London. Here's the Elora native. He'll dash one into the corner. Jersey after it. Yakimovic has a beat on him as they collide. And picked up by Josh Sturk. On the left side or right side for Jersey. A bouncing puck will go into the glove of Parsons.
Well, Tyler Parsons comes within 6 minutes of recording his first playoff shutout here before Palmu picks the top corner. That goes off Parsons' stick. Gadjevic provides the screen down in front of Parsons, and all of a sudden we've got a 3-1 hockey game. The London Knights will be gripping their sticks a little tighter. Dvorak leaning in against Zapula on the faceoff. Dvorak, London's best faceoff man.
He wins it, play to the corner, and the Finn Joe Levy will clear the zone, and Berisha, who scored the third goal for London, looking for more as Sharifianov cut that one off. Zapula, what a play to put it up onto his blade. Palmu stops, gotta watch him. That pass picked off, and Berisha will tuck it in for Jones, and center Andy and him will collide at the Owen Sound blue line. Into the corner again. Palmu picks it up. He takes a whack from Berisha. Hancock in across the line. Zapula will keep on side. Played around the boards into the corner. Berisha chops at it. And Pooh will clear the zone. And Zapula down in the corner. And yet again the Knights look at it. Another penalty to the London Knights, and Owen Sound to the power play.
Well, even Zapula goes down here in the corner, and it looks as if Jacob Graves is going to step into the box. Oh, he takes a little clip from Aaron Berisha on the way by. The high stick gets up into the face mask, and it should be Berisha stepping into the box as Zapula takes a seat on the bench. This will be the 6th power play opportunity for the Owen Sound attack, as they're 1 for 5 on the evening. The only goal they have, that by Palmu, was recorded as a power play goal.
London will control the draw. Gadjevic after it at the line. Kept in. And now it pops free. Marner almost had a break. Inside of 5 minutes remaining in regulation time. The 3-1 score. Owen Sound on the power play. Suzuki bounces one back to the line. Palmu takes a peek up top of the chute. Now tucks it in for Suzuki. Near board, back to Palmu. Off to the wing again for Suzuki. He'll wait, surveys. Now again trying to find Palmu, but Dvorak stems that one off, and he'll sail it down the length of the ice. Center Ami. He'll lead the 4-man assault. 4:17 remaining. Out through the center and across the line. Center Ami shoots. Oh, and Parsons made the save, but he bobbled it momentarily. Now up top goes center Ami. Here's a hard shot knocked down in front of the net. Another shot. Good save by Parsons as he stuck the right ball out. Kick save, as they would say, and a beauty at the line. And poke free and back out through the center ice. Center Ami yet again for Owen Sound. 40 remaining in the Berisha Miners. 3:41 remaining in regulation. 3-1 London out through the center and across the line. Poke free by Martinet. He'll play it off the boards. Marner looking behind him. Zapula all over him, and Sturk in there as well. Graves picks it up. He'll try to waste some valuable power play time. Still 20 remaining. Sturk grabs onto it, plays it back to Semic, off to Sharifianov, back to Semic, off to Sturk. Sharifianov, or rather Semic shot, didn't have much on it, top free by Marner, and it's sent down the length of the ice.
3 minutes now remaining. Penalty to Berisha has expired. Sharif Sienna lugs it out through to center ice, gains the line, hammers it in big. Brack hightails it in on the forecheck. Here goes Graves, trying to poke it free, goes to the far boards. Dvorak trying to clear the zone. It goes on to the stick of the lead Pickaninny. Racing in after is Berisha, played around the near side. Poke free, and Sharif Sienna has it for Owen Sound. 24 shots for Owen Sound, 18 for the London Knights. London leading at 3-1. Winding it down here at the Gardens. The shot off the blocker of Parsons, and Yakimovich will lead it up for London. He'll gain center ice. Pickaninny, Mete following up, and that pass off is skating onto the stick of Brack. Brack trying to clear the zone, finding Dunda out through to center ice. Here's the rear guard, Phillips in across the line, sweeps it towards the net window. Right in the doorstep of Parsons, but Parsons will grab on it.
Well, Tyler Parsons has been the busier of the two goaltenders in here tonight. He makes a beauty kick save right here off of Palmu as Palmu gets that shot away, and he has the lower corner labeled, but Parsons kicks that pad out in rapier-like fashion to kick that puck away into the corner. If you had told me before this game started, Sloaney, that we'd have 2 minutes left in the contest and the Owen Sound attack would be outshooting the London Knights 25-18 at this point in the contest, I wouldn't have taken that bet.
Absolutely. They played a fantastic road game. I don't know if fantastic is the correct word. They played a good road game. They're down by 2 goals. But they had a game plan coming into this one.
Well, I know the London Knights have that theme going coming into the playoffs, battle ready. I tell you what, they had to be battle ready tonight for the Owen Sound attack. A number 6 seed coming in here to Budweiser Gardens on a Friday night to open up the playoffs. And they're only behind by 2 goals at this point. You have outshot the London Knights. That's a good road game plan, as they still have a shot at this game. 1 minute 59 seconds remains.
The net is empty, so 6 attackers for the Owen Sound attack. 1:59 remaining. Why not? Suzuki, the rookie, leans into the draw. Gage Dvorak, center Rami. Gianfroni, of course, Palmu's out there along with Sturck and Semic, and center Rami has the puck. 6 on 5. And London will try to take game 1. Off to the wing, and Dvorak can't clear the zone. Center Rami shoots and knocked down by Joe Levy. He'll play it off the boards and dashed off the glass, and a bouncing puck goes to Semic. And at 35. Now almost choked up in front of his own net was Palmu. He'll race out through to center ice, picked off by Marner. Kachuk battling hard, steals Dvorak. He falls. Jolevi shoots. Oh, shot it wide. He had it labeled, but he just whistled it wide. Gained the red line, though, where it would have been icing. Now out through to center ice, and Palmu right side and across the line. Suzuki with the quick shot into the glove of Parsons.
Michael McNiven remains on the bench for the extra attacker, as McNiven once again lets in less than 3 goals in a contest and can't get the goal support from the forwards in the Owen Sound lineup. 1 minute and 5 seconds remains in regulation time.
Everybody up in tight. Owen Sound, 6 attackers for the attack, but Dvorak wins the important draw. Played around the boards. Marner will clear the zone. The top can't grab onto it. Kept in, so that'll be offside. They're going to bring that back down deep, Doyle.
Well, Gianfroni intentionally played that in the offside mode. I'm not sure if that's a bright play or not. He stops the clock at 57.7 seconds. It would have taken a couple of seconds off the clock to clear the zone, and McNiven remains on the bench even though the face-off is deep in the Owen Sound attack zone.
Dvorak on the draw. Calculated move. Won by the Owen Sound attack. One that didn't control the draw. He dumped in deep, but now it's an offside or icing.
That's an icing play as Palmu, the goal scorer for the Owen Sound attack, remains on the ice. McNiven still on the bench for the attack with the face-off deep in their own zone. The last time it worked. And we'll see as Christian Dvorak will lean in on the draw.
Dvorak with Marner shots as Dvorak wins the draw, and Marner peppered one to the open net, but those two rear guards right in front. Now Marner again. His shot, Dvorak, Marner shoots, scores!
Well, a third time's a charm. Marner had 2 shots on goal, and you can see right there, Senderami knocks it down, but he fans on the clearing attempt. That gets it to Dvorak, who finds Marner going the other way in the slot. The Owen Sound attack couldn't adjust in time as the London Knights put the dagger in the heart as Mitch Marner records his first in the playoffs, as there seems to be a bit of confusion down here. It looks like Šemić's night is done as he's ushered down the cutway. He'll hit the showers 32 seconds earlier than the rest of his teammates. Must have been an unsportsmanlike Sloaney.
Well, they dropped the puck in center ice. Marner. There's a shot in front of the net as Brack steals it from Jamieson.
Well, Jamieson coughs it up right in front of Tyler Parsons as Jamieson backpedals here, puts it off the stick, and Brack makes the shot. Parsons had to be very sharp on that play.
Jamieson will hammer this time around the boards, then he takes a bump from Lindo. Lindo caught deep, 15 seconds remain. Pete and Ryan will have the wrap right after this hockey game, an hour-long edition. And a stretch pass out through the center ice and knocked down by Jersey. Sherwood picks his pocket, centering pass as the horn sounds, and the London Knights take game 1 of this best-of-7 series against the Owen Sound attack and win it by the score of 4-1. Stay tuned for Mark Schattenberg and the post-game. Don't forget about the wrap. Tomac, London Knight Hockey, right here on Rogers.
I was only gone 2 minutes.
Park in an accessible parking space without a permit, and you risk a $375 parking ticket, which will ruin your day as well as the person's day who legitimately needed that parking space. Don't do it.
Custom quality diamond rings, exquisite colored gemstones. Visit Sumner Jewelers in downtown London, now celebrating 112 years. Visit us again, or for the first time. 392 Richmond Street.
OHL on Rogers TV. We've got you covered.
I actually thought, this is it. I'm going to die in this collision. I thought that I wasn't going to come out of that car.
OPP members stop vehicles on highways across Ontario every day, yet drivers passing emergency vehicles often don't move over or slow down.
There's absolutely no reason that a police officer, an ambulance worker, or a firefighter has to lose his life because people won't take that extra 2 seconds to move over into the next lane. Absolutely no reason.
Omac Mortgage's London Knights hockey on Rogers TV. Knights victorious in Game 1 of the Western Conference quarterfinal by a score of 4-1. Game-winning goal by post-guest Cliff Pugh. First of all, the fact that you had a nice 3-on-2 break, you and JJ Pickenich, and Jacob Graves on the right side too. You didn't even need him because you scored the game-winning goal in the second period.
Yeah, you know, Gravy came out of the box and he drove the net, so actually I did need him. But yeah, you know, JJ found me in the slot. He told me to shoot, so I just let her rip.
Talk about the importance of winning Game 1 in a series. They always say you need 4 wins to win a series, but the importance of winning Game 1 at home here.
You know, it's a great feeling winning any game, and you know, it's the first game of the series, and we kind of set the tone for the rest of the series, and hopefully we can win the series.
Every team tries to come up with a bit of a game plan, especially when you know you have a best-of-7 series against somebody, Cliff. But the fact that you won this game with only 19 shots on goal, even you'd probably be surprised by that.
Yeah, you know, we got to be better in our first period. I think we only had 3 shots or whatever, but you know, we got to be better, and hopefully next game we'll come out firing some more pucks.
Now you had 12 goals and 19 assists in the regular season yourself, so you must have been pretty happy with that campaign for yourself, the regular season.
Yeah, you know, it's not about me, but our team kind of fell short of our goal. But you know, right now it's playoffs, and I'm just focused on the playoffs, and hopefully we can win.
Was there truly a disappointment not being the #1 seed and they up number 3, even though you just same number of points as Erie?
Yeah, you know, you always want to be on top, but you know, it's over now. We're not going to hang our heads. We're just going to focus on the playoffs, and if we meet again, hopefully we can beat them.
Thanks for Cliff Pugh joining us in the post-game show. Let's go upstairs to Greg and Rick for their final thoughts.
Okay, and Mark, thanks very much. The London Knights take Game 1 here, Doily. I thought Owen Sound played a terrific road game, though, starting with their goaltender.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Michael McNiven is the key to this series as far as the Owen Sound attack are concerned. Now, he was the less busy of the 2 goaltenders in here tonight, but he came up with a couple of big saves, particularly in that first period to keep his hockey club in it. Now, this is the 11th time this year where he's let in 3 goals or fewer, and he's still come up with a loss in tonight's contest. Of course, the London Knights recording 1 goal into the empty net here, but Michael McNiven will have to be the difference in this series if the Owen Sound attack are going to take it deep.
Tyler Parsons, clearly the #1 goaltender for the London Knights in these 2/16 playoffs. But you know something? He has gone into the second or third period with a shutout, just a few minutes off obtaining the shutout. And he's played a very good game tonight as well.
Well, Tyler Parsons just misses the shutout by 6 minutes, but he plays extremely well. He was the busier of the 2 goaltenders tonight. He faced 26 shots in here from the Owen Sound attack as the Owen Sound attack outshoot the London Knights right here at Budweiser Gardens. Now, if somebody had asked me to take a bet on that, I might have taken that bet to say that the London Knights wouldn't get outshot, but Tyler Parsons comes up with several big saves. The one on Palmu late in that third period tells me that he's in tremendous shape with regards to the lower body. Last year he had some issues. This year that issue seems to be gone.
You know something? Every good playoff team needs that secondary scoring, and I'll tell you, London got it tonight.
Well, London had it in spades tonight, and they had it going down the stretch in the month of March as there wasn't a whole lot of scoring from the top line. Max Jones gets the first goal of the hockey game. That's late in the second period, and then Cliff Pugh with the game winner there on a nice feed from Pickenich. And then we have Aaron Barisha, 45 on the campaign, and what a nice move there. He gets McNiven to bite, steps around him, gives the London Knights a 3-1 lead at the 3-0 lead at that point. The Owen Sound attack come back with one of their own, but the London Knights in the secondary scoring in the month of March was evident. It's evident here tonight in the first game of the playoffs.
Game 2 is here tomorrow night. We talked about Owen Sound playing this good road game. I thought London took too many penalties tonight, so they got to be careful for tomorrow night.
Well, they do have to be careful for tomorrow night, and I thought the Owen Sound attack had the better of the 2 power plays tonight. In fact, the only goal scored on the power play tonight was scored by the Owen Sound attack. They had the Knights off balance with their penalty kill in here tonight, putting all kinds of pressure on the Knights' power play.
And the secondary scoring for the London Knights still have to come up big. Really, Marner scored that big empty net goal for the top line. But we talked about it off the top of the show. Owen Sound still has to put the puck in the net.
Well, that's the difference in this contest. Certainly Owen Sound only 2 20-goal scorers in their lineup during the regular season, and then they score less than 3 goals per game during the regular season. They have to find out a way to score goals here, either that or keep the London Knights off the score sheet.
Mark, back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Cliff Pooh, our post-game guest of the game-winning goal, but it was 1 goal and 1 assist for Max Jones, is the star number 2, and Tyler Parsons, of course, the star number 1. 26-19 were the final shots on goal, favoring the Owen Sound attack. Shreve Spanoff, the defenseman, got to star number 3 for the attack. The play of the game will be the 3rd goal by Aaron Brishes. Nice job of tapping the puck past the Owen Sound defender and goes in and scores on the breakaway past Michael McNiven. Nice bounce play, and Jacob Friend was the number 2 defenseman from Owen Sound, was the last guy back, and Brishes scored on the breakaway. And Max Jones picked up an assist on that goal as well. Let's take a look at the 3rd period scoring summary. Aaron Brishes, first of the postseason at 9:24 from Max Jones. That goal we just saw. Petrus Palmu was the first. It was a power play marker, 13-18 from Gadjevich and Thomas Shemich. And then Christian Dvorak had an assist on the Mitchell Marner goal, of course, into the empty net at 19:28. The Knights only had 4 shots on goal in that 3rd period. Owen Sound had a total of 9 and 26 overall for a 26-19 advantage. Let's look at upcoming broadcasts on Rogers TV. Right back to Budweiser Gardens tomorrow. 6:30 for the warm-up. Of course, 7 o'clock is game time. But tune in at 6:30 for the warm-up. If you're around downtown London tomorrow, Fan Fest is 4 till 7. Pete James and Ryan Robinson coming up next. The 1-hour version of The Wrap coming up next on Rogers TV.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
There's really no typical day because animals are not predictable. Never know what's going to walk through that door, never know what their behavior is going to be like. Certainly their health, you know, they're all here for a reason.
The eyeball's actually gone.
By the time they make it here, they've been through the ringer.
As any parent knows, all kids are different, some more than others. My son Aiden has spina bifida. Our family faces some unique challenges that are sometimes hard to explain in words. There are thousands of kids with physical disabilities like Aiden who face countless uphill battles every single day. They cannot do it alone. Your donation will make a big difference. Please make your gift to Easter Seals Ontario today.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Wrap, brought to you by the Optimist Club of Byron. A 4-1 London Knights win tonight in Game 1 of the playoffs as they take on the Owen Sound Attack. A big welcome to all our viewers, not only in London, but joined by the folks in Owen Sound for this this at least first round of the playoffs. So we're excited to have you along for the ride as we extend ourselves back to the hour-long edition of the Wrap. Ryan Robinson alongside the Godfather of Sports, Pete James, as always, taking your calls, 519-672-1313 locally. And if you look somewhere down here, there's a 1-800 number, and I can't remember the whole thing. So it's 1-877-598-3279. It's a little further over here.
Want to hear from you.
Nonetheless, get those calls in on Twitter at RTVOHL Wrap. Pete, we're into the playoff edition.
Yeah.
I know you and I were joking beforehand. Haven't seen you in a while.
No, it's been a bit. Yeah, you bet. Nice to be back with you.
First thoughts here as things get going with Owen Sound.
Good game. It should be. It's playoffs. They've played 68 games to get ready for this, for the playoffs. And, I was impressed with the Owen Sound Club. I thought they played the type of game they're going to have to play to win, and that's to stop the highest scoring team in the league. You can't run and gun with them. That isn't going to work. So what you do is stop their run and gun, and for a while they did it very effectively. It was a scoreless first period. The Knights had but 3 shots on goal, so the Owen Sound defensive game was going. As a matter of fact, the first London goal came halfway through the hockey game, and it was only their 10th shot on goal. So a good, solid hockey game, good effort by the attack, and I look forward to a similar situation tomorrow night. Why change?
Pete has given you the up to the midway point of the second period. Let's take a look at the highlights a little bit later on in the game, and that's where things picked up as the Knights at Owen Sound attack Owen Sound. Santino Santarami knows this building all too well, now a member of the attack and sporting the C of captaincy for them. Christian Dvorak, 50-plus goals on the regular season. You know, the Knights are looking to him to come up big here in the playoffs as well. Secondary scoring will be a little bit of the story here for the Knights in this one. Pete, Aiden Jamieson over to Dvorak at the blue line. Max Jones stretching out, and Jones likes scoring a couple of goals, and he shows it right there. And Jones is all over the score sheet tonight. We'll talk a bit about that later on. But you take a look a little later on, 13:44 now as J.J. Pikanich into the zone. Takes a look across at Cliff Koo, goes side to side, crossing up McNibbins a bit there. Gets that one top shelf at 13:44 of the second period, so it's 2-0 after 2. London in the third now. Max Jones flipped through the middle, and take a look at this one. Aaron Barisha knocks it into midair between the defenseman's legs, and backhand with a nice little deep at 9:24. From Jones has made a 3-0 game at that point. Owen Sound will get back here on the middle, a little bit past the midway point, 13:18 of the third, as Petrus Palmu gets that one on the power play, as that one's right out in front, and it's a 3-1 game at that point, as the attack blanked that 0 that was on the Knights bench, and they had a tough time here a little bit with the empty net for a little bit, but Mitch Marner gets this one at 19:18, empty net from Christian Dvorak for a 4-1 win and a 1-0 series lead. And Pete, I got to think, interesting, I mentioned the secondary scoring element.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's been paying attention, Knights-wise, fans-wise, to the Marner, Christian Dvorak, and Matthew Tkachuk line. But you got to think, come playoffs, and it's going to be the same thing for Owen Sound.
Yeah.
They're going to need that 1, 2, and 3 line scoring in order to have any sort of depth here.
Yeah, you can't rely on one line because the other team will do what it can to shut it down. And let's be honest, as I said, the Owen Sound defensive game did shut down the London Knights' first line. Dvorak got a couple of assists. The only goal that came from that first line was the empty netter by Mitch Marner with just seconds remaining. Interesting coaching strategy by McGill over on the Owen Sound bench. Even with the face-off in his own, he took his goalie out, took McNevin out when the score 3-1. Nothing wrong with that. But he took a face-off or two in his own end.
But it was smart to move there.
And left the goalie out.
But at that point, takes the extra man that he has available to him, parks him in front of the net, and it looked like it was a big-body defenseman consistently. So at that point, if puck's coming on net, you got a big-body defenseman. Not a bad move.
Can I go back in history for a bit?
Oh, you always can.
When I remember a man named Rudy Pillis, some of you will remember him, ended up coaching in the NHL, coach of the St. Catharines Blackhawks in this league many, many years ago. And it was a similar situation. He was down a goal, I believe, had a face. He pulled his keeper. He had a face-off in his own end, kept the keeper on the bench, the sixth man on the ice. By golly, didn't they go down and score the tying goal? It worked. And that has stuck in my memory for a long, long time, because the old automatic, if there's a face-off in your end, put the keeper back in, and that's what the other teams count on. But Pillis didn't do it so many, many years ago, and Mr. McGill didn't do it tonight either.
And like usual, my dad is at home yelling at the TV, don't pull the goalie, it never works. We'll take a break and much more of the Wrap coming up on the other side.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
After you sort your recyclables, trucks collect and bring them to London's recycling centre. They are unloaded in 2 piles, paper and containers, for further processing and shipping to end markets. Thank you for sorting your recyclables.
When you choose new flooring for your home, it's not just how it looks, it's also about how you live. The people at Great Floors will ensure your next floor is a perfect fit for how you live your life at home, making it easy with Great Floors in Strathroy, Ingersoll, and St. Thomas.
Being an optimist means sharing optimism with youth, being a role model, and instilling the choice of optimism, leading by example. For more information, you can visit byronoptimists.ca.
TV is about to become more captivating. Movies more real. The bottom of the ninth more powerful. And overtime more intense. Introducing Rogers 4K TV. Get closer to the action with 4 times the resolution of HD. Experience what's next.
The OHL on Rogers TV. We've got you covered.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Tonight, it's a 4-1 win for the Knights over the Owen Sound Attack. These two teams will meet up again tomorrow night. That'll be a 7 o'clock start right here on Rogers TV. And as mentioned, the Knights starting things out a 1-0 series lead, as well as we bring in the man of the evening, I guess you could call him, Max Jones. And by the way, it's Mr. Jones. Don't call him Max. If you don't know, look back a few months ago. Max, first take us through, and it's tough because I can't call you Jonesy because then everybody in Owen Sound going to think I'm a giant homer. So take us through the night. First off the goal to get things going for the first 30 minutes were a little tough because they were definitely playing a good checking game out there for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think we came out, we were kind of on our heels, but more credit goes to all the boys. I think we just kind of pushed through the first and then got to the second and we just kind of focused on our own game and just tried to chip pucks and just kind of play an old-fashioned style game.
Yeah, and one thing you did do, aside from scoring the first goal and setting up Berisha, his clinching goal, was played a great defensive game yourself, and I think specifically of the one penalty kill that you did so effectively. That's got to give you a bit of a boost as well, I would think.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks for the compliment.
You're welcome. You earned it.
Yeah, thank you. But I don't know. I just feel like if I can pressure them in their own zone, and if there's a guy, like I can beat him to the puck and just use my speed. I just try to kill as much time off as I can because I know I can change on the way back. So I just try to do it the best I can in their zone on the PK.
That flip pass that you fed Berisha with, do you guys practice that a lot, or is that just something that came into your mind at the moment?
I don't know. I kind of at the end of practices, I'll kind of just do rims off the boards, and then I'll just kind of like trip it out or just high flip it. But that was just kind of in the moment thing. I didn't really know, what to do with it, and I just saw a guy come in, and I flipped it, and Berisha just did the rest for me. He made a terrific move, and I don't know. More credit goes to him. I just flipped it out of the zone.
Max, got to go first up. Playoff hair news. What's with the nobody with? Is it the no sideburns playoffs?
Yeah, it's like
take the hat off, Max.
It's like it's kind of like you can't really see mine, but like
you can a little bit.
We do like the steps. I'm blonde, right? So like it doesn't really show up in my hair, but
not blonde tonight.
I know, yeah, but some of the other guys it looks better. But with the guys with the long hair like Dvorak, he's got like just a huge mullet, and so does Sherwood. So it's kind of funny to see those guys with it. But like me, it's just kind of my normal hair, but you can't really see it. So
is that the Pat Kane look?
Yeah, Devo's is definitely his. We've been calling him Kaner for the past couple days.
Scores goals like him too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That works so well. Take us through the kind of the last week sort of thing, Max, coming into playoffs sort of thing. What's the emotion been like? Because I know there was the big battle with Erie right at the end there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we just kind of used that Erie game as motivation, and we came out against these guys not knowing what to expect. I mean, obviously it's different in the playoffs. I haven't been a part of playoffs before, but I've been watching it, and I knew what to expect. But I don't know. They came out really tough, and they're just really good defensively. And I don't know. The past week we just been kind of watching video of them, trying to see what we got ahead of us.
You win the game. I know you're on an emotional high right now, but this one's over. You now have to prepare for tomorrow night. Do you think they'll do anything differently, and would you do anything differently as a team?
I'm not too sure. I think, if we just play the same way we did in the second and third and just kind of focus on ourselves, I think we'll be all right. But changing their game, I'm not too sure. I mean, I guess we'll have to just see what the first brings tomorrow.
All right, Max, I appreciate a few minutes of your time, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good game,
Max Jones right there, goal and a few other assistants on the night, as we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more on The Wrap.
This program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Check your toilet for leaks. It's easy to do, and it can help you save water and money. Each year, a leaky toilet can waste more than 200,000 liters of water, enough to fill a large swimming pool. Learn how to do a simple leak test at london.ca/leak test.
Being an optimist means sharing optimism with youth, being a role model, and instilling the choice of optimism, leading by example. For more information, you can visit byronoptimists.ca.
Porky's is London's leader in leisure. A full line of gas and wood fireplaces, beautiful hot tubs by Sundance, and the ever-popular Bullfrog Spas. Porky's Barbecue and Leisure, 1075 Sarnia Road.
You are not thinking of driving, are you, my friend? Come now, Stuart. Reconsider. You're in no condition. Ring for a taxi. I'm telling you. Don't be a fool. I'm begging you. Trust me. You are high. Way too high.
I'm Rita Catalino from Your Beauty Fuel, and make sure to watch for us. You won't want to miss out.
This is Rogers TV, London.
Your next game will come tomorrow night, a 6:30 start right here on Rogers TV. We will have the warm-up, we'll have the game, and yes, indeed, we will have the wrap of Game 2 of the Owen Sound Attack in the London Knights. 4-1 win for the Knights this evening, and as mentioned for our fans watching both in London and in Owen Sound, we bring you the voice of the Owen Sound Attack right here on Rogers TV. When you're up in the Owen Sound area, our good friend and everyone's Manny Pava. Manny, it's nice to he and the Godfather. It's a bromance.
We go back.
It's a bromance from back in the day. Manny, take us through for you. Obviously, coming into the series, you got to think that first 30 minutes for the attack. They really kind of. Pete was talking about that run and kind of that crash and bang style and getting the hits in. They took it to him for a good 30 minutes.
Yeah, I thought they deserved a better fade in that first 30 minutes. Shemich had a great chance 2 minutes into the game, shot it wide. Sturck was set up beautifully in the face-off circle in the first, and I don't know if Parsons did get a piece of it or if he just missed the net completely. Two good chances in the first period that I thought if Owen Sound was opportunistic and can bury them, it would have been a much better start than, because you knew that London was coming. And every time you're in this building, you understand London's that good of a team. If you can keep them down, but you can't keep them down for a full 60 minutes, and I think we saw that tonight, really.
Well, and speaking of which, you only allowed, your club, the Owen Sound Club, only allowed 3 shots on goal in the first period. I appreciate what the coaching staff does, and mentioned earlier on that you're not going to beat London running and gunning with them. You're not going to do it. So you shut them down. You try and shut down the run and the gun.
Played them physically, and I thought the defense did a good job of doing 2 things: keeping the Knights forwards when they entered the zone to the outside, and then they used their reach to poke the stick away or crash them into the boards. And the other thing that I thought Owen Sound did well was they protected the front of the net.
Right.
London likes to throw pucks out blindly at times in front of the net because they know the other guy's going to be there on the other side. And I thought Owen Sound's defense were there, picked up rebounds or